Hello, what's happening, everyone? Hey, my mic's actually working for once. I normally have to adjust with it, but how's it going, everyone? So yeah, I had a little bit of time tonight. I don't know how long this stream will go, maybe only 45 minutes or so, but here I am. Welcome to the Normal America Show. Today's topic for the video is just another random one since I've been so busy. So it would be anything you would like to talk about. What's up, Aftershock? How's it going? Anything y'all would want to talk about. We could do Discord call-ins if people would like. Hello, everyone. Let me open my Discord channel. I'll put a link to my Discord channel as well. I criminally underuse Discord. I need to do a better job with it. So in the new year, once my baby's born, look for that to be something that I'm actively trying to build up my Discord channel. So sorry for those that don't use it. What's up, Arcadia? Thanks for being here. There's my Discord channel. I'll put more as we go. But yeah, not a lot of people watching right now. I normally don't stream this late, but yeah, I thought we'd take some calls and stuff like that. Let me check something real quick. I'd like to get some guests on at some point. I thought maybe some of my fellow pseudo-conservative streamers would have been on Twitch right now, and maybe would have been. One thing, if you, we'll take anyone who wants to call in. All you have to do is go to the Discord and go to the general voice channel. Only thing is, if you do call in, because I don't have my headset on, just let me know in the chat that you're in there. What's up? Hello, nice to see you. So yeah. I didn't have anything specific to talk about so really today, just some thoughts that crossed my mind. Apparently, I was busy all day. I had a doctor appointment with my wife, hopefully the last one before we have our baby. Everything was good, so we're very thankful for that. So everything looks good. We're ready to go. Slow news week for sure, Tom. What's up, my friend? So apparently there was a public hearing in Georgia that allegedly showed evidence of voter fraud. The only thing I heard specifically from it was their claim that voter machines were hooked up to the internet, which, as we could see with the recent hack, that's a big danger. We had all these systems in the United States hacked. We talk repeatedly about the ability for foreign governments or things like that to influence our election system. So it would be a big mistake if there were voting machines hooked up online, which would jeopardize possibly what happened. I will admit, though, I have not seen that video. I didn't watch the hearing myself. I was busy all day, so I won't be commenting much on that. Let me talk about these claims of election fraud, though, for a moment. I've talked specifically about things I saw in Pennsylvania with my own eyes, particularly leading up to the election, at length. I've talked about the anomalies that we've seen, whether it be statistical anomalies, like things that we normally see with bellwethers that all seemingly went for Trump, but Biden still won. Votes seemingly coming in at different times miraculously huge percentages for Joe Biden, things like that. So I've talked about things of that nature. I've talked about people signing affidavits. I went on and debated people about the USPS worker who saw with his own eyes. He signed in an affidavit that they were accepting ballots that were dated after the time that they were supposed to accept them, and how he was grilled and then falsely claimed to have recanted this by investigators at the U.S. Postal Service, and how that's the opposite of how the left told us we're supposed to treat whistleblowers. So I've talked about all that. But let me be quite clear here. My friend Tom's on here right now. Yeah, I'll set that up, Aftershock. I definitely will. My friend Tom's on here. For those of you who don't know, Tom was when I ran for District 12 in Pennsylvania for U.S. Congress, Tom was my campaign manager. In fact, it was Tom, me, and my wife. That was our entire team. All unpaid. So Tom didn't get a red cent from me. I actually had to borrow a pair of Tom's dress socks to go to the actual... what do you call it? The committee where we actually did the votes on the special election. Tom is someone I would consider more of a centrist, probably leans Democrat, though. Not a Trump fan. One of the best people you'll meet. And even though we would disagree on like what political party and what political things we would... Yeah, I have a YouTube channel. It's Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube. So Tom and me would disagree on a lot of things politically, but I think we both trust each other to know that we both want what's best for the country, and things like that. That's going to kind of be a theme for the show. But I try to think of people like Tom when I'm expressing my opinions, because how do you know that you're not in a bubble? How do you know that the things you're saying, what's up, Happy New Year's, you know what I mean? If you only talk to people that agree with you and you're only thinking to talk with those people, how do you know that that's that you're correct in everything you're assuming? You need that pushback, right? So I try to think of well, what about the fair-minded people that are independent or that are on the left? What do they look with that? And I could see a totally reasonable position that, yeah, there are some things that were definitely unique about this election that we've never seen. Oh, my wife's on as well. I don't know what to characterize her as politically. My wife's political philosophy is probably, I hate listening to Rob talk about politics. If that was a party, that's where she would be. So anyways, I think it's a perfectly reasonable position for someone like Tom to say, yeah, sure, there were things that were different. That's not proof of fraud. I want to see proof. That's a reasonable position. So when I'm arguing a lot, I try my best to rein myself in and say, just because I have a gut feeling that something occurred, I need to be able to provide proof before I talk about it as if it's the gospel truth. So that's where I come on a lot of this. So hence, that's why I won't be commenting a lot on the Georgia testimony today, because I didn't see it, and it's difficult. It's difficult for me to then comment on it. I would be kind of BSing you. So take everything I say with a grain of salt when it comes to that. Now, there are things that I've talked about that I think, the stop counting votes in the middle of the night and things like that, that I still think that we deserve an answer. I think that I would try to convince Tom that you don't have to believe that the election was stolen in order to understand that because we massively changed the way we voted this time, and it was a massively different set of circumstances, that we should do some auditing to make sure that everything broke down the way it was, particularly because we saw so much with this hack that occurred right after the election and all of these things, anomalies that came up. And we even saw with places like Antrim County in Michigan, I believe, where the initial votes were actually grotesquely wrong in one specific district. So that to me would be enough to say, why don't we audit this and make sure that everything's on the up and up? And I think that a lot of people are disingenuous from the other side. They don't really care if there was fraud or not. And that's why they immediately want to hit you anytime you discuss something that's against the mainstream narrative, they want to plug you as, oh, you're just this obvious conspiracy theorist and blah, 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 blah. And that to me is a telltale sign of people that are unwilling to possibly hear the other side of the argument. Like this was the same crap that they play on the Iraq war. Oh, You don't love this country? You don't love the troops? Of course we should be going to war in Iraq. It's the same crap they do with Afghanistan, same crap they do with pulling out from Syria, same crap they did with 9/11, same crap they do with Waco. Like, every time you question sort of government authority, there are a crew of people that seem to suggest that that somehow makes you a lunatic or unpatriotic or immoral. And I don't think that I'm any of those things. But I also think that it's then incumbent upon me, when I see something that's wrong, a claim that's wrong, even if that claim would benefit my side, to try to point it out. So I did spend a lot of time talking about a lot of things that I saw initially that I think were untruthful, whether it be out of ignorance or intentional lies, that were trying to claim that the election was stolen from Donald Trump. I'm saying that, let me make my position as clear as possible before I go forward. I think the election was stolen from Trump before the election. I think that the collusion between the intel communities, the Democratic Party, the mainstream media, academia, entertainment industry, and the tech companies, even going so far as to literally censor people with stories that were accurate, critical of Joe Biden and his family before the election, that was enough to steal the election. I believe Professor Robert Epstein, where he said Google had the ability to sway 15 million votes. I don't know if that exact number is true. I wouldn't be able to prove that, but certainly there was a massive amount of votes that Google's able to sway. And the fact that the election came down to basically 60,000 votes in certain swing states, or like 100,000 or something like that, proves that that would be substantial enough to steal an election. So I think the election was stolen that way. My gut tells me that because there were so many anomalies and we haven't received answers, that there probably was fraud come election day as well. But I can't prove it. I'll fully admit that. So that's where I come from. However, having said that, every one of us should be interested in the truth wherever it leads us. And so if you see people making claims that are untruthful, it's not only morally the correct thing to do to say, actually, that claim's not true, but it's also strategically correct. Because understand, there are people out there like Tom, or people like other independents or left-wing people that are reasonable, that are willing to listen to you, that'll be turned off if you just keep saying things that are obviously untrue. So for example, right after Election Day, there was something going around that claimed it was from Real Clear Politics, showing that, like, Pennsylvania, 170% of registered voters voted. In Michigan, 130% of registered voters. That just wasn't true. It wasn't true at all. It was, the numbers were completely fabricated. It wasn't like, oh, well, what they actually did was kind of that's not it. It was just fabricated. Someone took Real Clear Politics spreadsheet and then literally changed the numbers, and it went viral. So it's important to call that stuff out, because it's harmful to actually getting to the truth. If you really feel there was fraud, then you should call out when people are misstating things as potential fraud. So that's what I try to do. Do I catch everything? No. Do I sometimes say something that maybe is an untruth, but I took it for granted? Yeah, of course that can happen, but I try. And that's all I could do. I don't have infinite time or infinite knowledge and access to materials to be able to say, I've researched all this and I know that this statement's definitively true. So, for example, when it comes to the affidavits people sign, let's say, for example, this U.S. Postal Service worker I was talking about, he signed an affidavit and testified that he saw his superiors basically claiming that they should collect ballots after the date that Pennsylvania allowed. He then proceeded, he was ordered to do so. And he actually marked those envelopes. This is the date I collected it, just in case there would be a court decision that would look at the ballot so they could see exactly when he collected that ballot. Now, there could be any number of truths. That guy could be straight up fabricating it. He could be 100% telling the truth. He could have thought that he heard something, but in actuality, it wasn't what he interpreted it as. Any of those things could be true. Now, imagine that, hundreds, if not thousands of people sign these affidavits. That could be true for each one of those statements. But we don't know. And it's hard for me to talk about, see this Postal Service, unless I could see the proof. The proper system would be to adjudicate this in places that make these sort of decisions. Courtrooms. Unfortunately, there is a huge push to never allow these people's voice to be heard, which I think's wrong. So I don't think you have to say, I see proof that there's fraud, to have a problem with the fact that we're not doing an audit. If Trump had narrowly won, and we had thousands of people signing affidavits saying, I saw something wrong here, I saw something wrong here, I saw something wrong here, I bet many Democrats would say, I would like that investigated. I would like that to be heard in court. So don't think if you're someone who thinks the election, I agree with you, I think the election's stolen. Don't think that I'm selling you out by not talking about a lot of these issues, or when I'm able to say, look, I looked into this and I don't think that's true. I'm not crapping on you. I agree with you about the results of the election. But I'm also trying to frame it in a way to make it reasonable to people outside of just people that were Trump supporters. And there's a reason for that. So one of the things I need to do more, look, I'm kind of like bipolar. I'm having these dueling banjos playing in my head. And one of those banjos is saying, I'm sick and tired of so many of the left-wing people that I interact with on this channel and elsewhere. Not so much elsewhere, mostly this channel or Twitter. And I just think they're not arguing in good faith. They're hypocritical and they're disingenuous. If you've watched the show the past couple nights, you've seen what I'm talking about. Someone will make a claim, show me that the FBI lied. I show them that the FBI lied, and they say, yeah, but no votes were stolen. That wasn't remotely the topic. You make these claims, and then when I prove you wrong, you just switch on to the next thing. Or people that'll say things like, oh, well, we had to investigate Trump. Who cares if we took Russian spies' information and didn't verify it, and it was paid for by Hillary Clinton, and we used it to spy on Trump because the accusation was so serious. Okay, well, the accusations about Joe Biden and China are very serious. Oh, no, we don't want an investigation. Those people are arguing in good faith. They're liars, right? Or the people that say that you're immoral and you should be punished in some way by the government if you don't follow certain lockdown orders, but they'll travel to Black Lives Matter and violate any lockdown order they want. Those people, I'm coming to the point where it's like, I'm tired of being polite with those people. I'm tired of being made the dupe by pretending they're arguing in good faith when clearly they're not. I'm tired of it. However, there is something that needs to be said here. And that's the other part, and it's something that I've talked about a long time on this channel. The establishment is very powerful, right? And we've seen this week, for example, how the establishment Republicans are just the establishment Democrats. Mitch McConnell's not your friend. Lindsey Graham's not your friend. They're not. They don't care about their constituents. They don't. Neither does Chuck Schumer. Neither does Nancy Pelosi. They agree on them keeping power and screwing over the American people. Whether you believe it's out of ignorance or out of corruption. I believe it's out of corruption. Perhaps you believe it's out of ignorance and incompetence. Regardless, that's the net benefit of it. Our enemy is so great, this corrupt establishment, that we're going to need allies that we don't necessarily agree with everything. And that means good faith people on the left, and that means good faith independent people. And yes, that means people that believe some policy positions that you think are horrible. Like socialism. Only one issue matters, and that's corruption. And until we end that corruption and the fact that our voice doesn't matter, that we no longer have a say in our politics, that it's actually all of these institutions in the establishment, like the intel community, the corporate agenda that lobbies and gets what they want, the tech companies, the media companies, all of the groups we talk about all the time. They're the people that are running the show. Me and yours opinions, my friend Tom, who's a centrist Democrat, my other debate partner, who's a more left-wing person, I think would identify as a socialist, me, who's kind of a constitutional conservative. We might all be looking at things from a different angle, and we have different policy prescriptions, but all of us want the average person to have a good life and be represented. And I think all of us can see that there's something about our system, whether you believe it's intentional corruption or the way the system's set up or incompetence, there's something that is not working. And we need to be able to understand we could have those policy debates after we end this corruption. But if our voice doesn't matter, does it matter if me and JPTVAZ on here, who I don't really know, or Richo, or Done Playing Around, or anyone else in the chat, or Tom here, does it matter if we're having this discussion on should we have Medicare for all or not? Well, our opinions doesn't matter if our voice doesn't matter. And our opinions are relevant because it's just going to be decided upon by people that don't care at all what we think. Whether it's incompetent, I think it's corruption. Some people disagree with me. Let's just say it's incompetence. Or it's a group of people. Here's a possibility. Maybe it's people that mean well. I don't agree with this, but I could see someone thinking this. It's people that mean well, but they think they know better than everyone else. So they're like, well, we'll just placate people, but we know best what's best for the people. So we're not listening to them. We pretend we listen to them, but we don't. But we think we know what's best. Regardless of what you think, if it's corruption, incompetence, or if it's that, Our opinion doesn't matter. The discussion we would have on what should we do about energy policy? What should we do, with Medicare? What should we do with, Second Amendment issues? It's irrelevant. And so when you have such a great enemy, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. And that might be difficult for you. If most of the people watching here, I would say, are conservatives or Trump supporters. And it might be difficult if you're someone who dislikes Trump to look at someone like me who liked Trump and supported him and say, yeah, I'm going to work with this guy to end this corruption. It's tough. I get it. And I know this is coming from a guy who's just been screaming at, various left-wingers the past 2 nights. But I think that's different. Right. The root cause isn't the issue. The issue is realizing we're all being effed. I totally agree, Tom. Because of that, we have to find areas of agreement. I thought, and let me be quite clear, it's my fault, right? At the end of the day, the single person that has the most control over my life is still me. And so the failures to not impart a message that was successful in reaching out to people is my fault for not crafting the message in a way that was palatable. So I'll go back to the drawing table and see what I could do. But I thought that I saw areas of commonality that I could reach people. And I was wrong. For me, the most blatant example of corruption was what we saw the FBI doing to Trump. I thought it was blatant. I mean, if you took the names and the parties out of it and you just said, what if one of the political parties paid for opposition research? It was sourced by foreign spies that our own intel agency said were trying to damage the United States. And yet, our intel agencies took that information, never verified it, and used it to spy on a presidential campaign. Then selectively leaked to the press and basically engaged in a 4-year coup attempt with their allies in the media to damage that presidency the whole time. I thought that that was something everyone could relate to. But I was wrong. The hatred of Trump was too strong. Most people on the left said, well, I could accept it this time. Okay. Then I need to craft a new message. Now, that kills me to say that, because to me, that's open and shut. If exactly what happened now in 2016, starting in 2016, if that exact same scenario had occurred in 2008 to Barack Obama coming out of the Bush administration, I had no love for Barack Obama. Did not like him. I'm not one of those people like, I voted for him in 2008. I knew that he was a con man. I had said repeatedly that he was going to be a neocon way back in 2008. Despite not liking Obama, if that exact scenario that happened to Trump from the FBI would have played out with Obama, I would have been outraged for Obama. I would have said it was nonsense, that it was a coup attempt against Obama, and I didn't like Obama. So I thought that people on the left would be able to do the same. Some were, a very small amount were. I talk about them a lot in this show because I'm actually impressed with them. People like Michael Tracy and Matt Taibbi, Jimmy Dore, Aaron Mattei, did I already say him? Glenn Greenwald. They hated Trump. They voted against Trump. They recommended people vote against Trump. And yet they correctly pointed out the problem with a corrupt intel agency and corrupt media. I didn't think it was that hard. And I'm sure there were individuals that did the same. But I was wrong. That was not an issue that was able to unite people. Now, part of me says, why would I want to work with people that literally cheered, people that claim to be against authoritarianism? Yet when we saw actual authoritarianism, the weaponization of our very intel community, which is more influence than anything China or Russia or any other country could do, those people cheered it on. Yeah, it's hard to work with those people. It is. But where is a message that I could find commonality with? So what I need to do a good job is point out when I see things occurring on the left that I agree with, and try to find issues of commonality that could be a stepping stone, the first step to saying, look, we need to work together to end this corruption. In that vein, I actually think something good has happened in these past 2 weeks. I am seeing people on the right and the left be outraged by what we saw with the spending bills that came out in the past couple weeks. For example, let's say you're someone on the left and you want things like Medicare for all, maybe even universal basic income. I think you're outraged at $600. $600. The National Defense Authority Act, giving money to defense contractors and wars overseas and crap like that, that received billions of dollars. $600 is what people get. If you're a conservative, you see they've intentionally collapsed your business and small businesses, and all they're going to give you $600. That's it. They're going to send all these money to the Kennedy Art Center and to gender study in Pakistan, and you get $600. Now, it's easier for me to relate as a conservative how horrible the Republicans are, so that's where I've put most of my energy. But I think Democrats could look at the Democratic... Like, if you're a Democrat and you thought that these payments were very important to people, how are you not outraged that Nancy Pelosi basically admitted she didn't send direct checks to people before the election because F Trump? Because we didn't want people to be happy while Trump was still president because they might reelect him. That's outrageous. You intentionally cause people suffering just to try to win an election? As Republicans or as conservative, I don't even know if I'm a Republican anymore. As a conservative, how am I not outraged by the fact that so many people in the Republican Party seem to only care about deficits when it actually comes to helping the American people? No such thing as a deficit when it comes to gender study programs in Pakistan. Oh, no, we got plenty of money for that. Sign the check. But then all of a sudden when it comes to sending checks to the American people, oh, we can't afford that. And all the other things that we've seen. How many Republicans, for example, overrode the veto of the NDAA and then voted against the $2,000 checks? They complained about the pork in the bill, but they voted for it, and Trump signed it. With caveats. Oh, I'm signing it, but that's because Congress has assured me that blah, blah, blah. Garbage. Always another excuse. Trump told us in 2018 when he signed the omnibus bill, he would never again sign a pork-laden spending project like that, and he did. And he's wrong, and he should be called out for it. Period. Now, I know he's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. Right? I get that. But it's on him. He could have chose not to sign. Instead, he signed. That's it. But he said that he would force the Congress to do this, and he said red line veto or red line redaction from things above. He signed it. That's it. He signed it. He didn't have to. He could have not signed it and then forced them to override the veto, which they would have. And at least then you could have said the man stood on principle. But he didn't. That's the truth. JPTVEAZ says Trump supporters are not diplomatic at all. I mean, when you've literally been demonized by basically every institution in this country for the past 4 years, 10-tooth rube, flyover country, can't read a map, racist, deplorable, and then you say, oh, but they're not charitable back to me. Geez, when my side did all those things to them, now they're not interested in being charitable to me. They're not interested in being diplomatic with me. Wear a MAGA hat in many parts of this country and get the shit beat out of you. And then tell those people, hey, you need to be more diplomatic. Anyways, the point is this. I'm starting to see some commonality between the left and the right. Average people, not the leader. Of course, the leadership has commonality too. Because the real issue isn't Republican versus Democrat, left versus right. The real issue is the establishment versus the rest of us. And the rest of us are never going to agree on everything. Of course not. But at some point, we have to admit, you have to reach across the aisle to some degree to find positions of commonality to be able to start to take back the systems that govern this country. It's that simple. So, in that vein, you heard me talk good on AOC this week, or last week, when AOC called out the fact that they were forced to vote on a bill that they didn't have time to read. Good for her. She said it in a way that the average person could understand. She's absolutely right to criticize that. Do I like what AOC stands for? Nope. Do I like almost any of her policy positions? Nope. But she's spot on about that. Didn't see Mitch McConnell calling it out, did you? Didn't see Lindsey Graham, but I did see AOC. Now, there were others. There were Republicans that did as well. Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, Josh Hawley. But kudos to AOC. Bernie Sanders is going to filibuster if the $2,000 that Trump wanted sent to people, the standalone bill, isn't voted for. Do I like Bernie Sanders? No. Do I think he sold out? Yes. But it'll be the Republicans that stop those checks coming out if it gets stopped. Just saying. Oh, heavy-fisted. That's the point. Josh Hawley and AOC, right? They spoke out. I tipped my cap when they spoke out, and then they voted for it and proved it. Had to follow Masters' rules. So yeah, when they fail, then they deserve to be called out. But I'm just making the point. When it appeared that they were doing something that I thought was beneficial for the country, I said good. So, by the way, if anyone wants to call in the show, JP, you seem like you'd be game, right? There's the Discord link. Just let me know if you're in the channel. I'll put my headset on and we could have a discussion. You don't have to use video or anything, so. JP, of course you don't understand what the discussion's supposed to be about because you're just trolling. You're not listening. Right, I get it. That's one thing. I need to stop falling for the trolls. So it's something. New Year resolution. I'll get better. No. You're trolling. You're literally talking about things that have nothing to do with the topic whatsoever. And you're just saying things like, oh, Trump supporters aren't, they're not diplomatic. They're not diplomatic. Remember when Trump pooped in his diaper? Now he has to sit on it. Remember the squiggly lines on the map from Trump? Ha ha ha. That's funny. You want to talk about Biden gaffes? Squiggly maps on a line. Let's talk. You want to talk Biden gaffes? Isn't it funny? Like, you remember I did this one 8-person debate panel on Dylan Burns' show. And one of the things they were talking about, some of the dumb things that Trump said. That's why you should vote for Biden. And I'm like, are you for real? Like, you don't even hear me saying, look, Biden's gaffes are a reason to vote against him. I didn't say that. I don't talk about Biden's gaffes almost at all. But if literally the subject's going to be Trump has said dumb things, therefore we should go with Joe Biden. I'm like, the guy can't tell his wife from his sister. He continually says Kamala Harris is the president-elect. He challenged people to push-up contest, calls them dog-faced pony soldiers. You're going to talk about the, like... Yeah, Yankee, it's reported January 6th Trump will release never foreseen fraud that will shake the electoral college decision. I don't believe it. And I know that it infuriates a lot of Trump supporters. Joe Biden will be sworn in on the 20th. It's that simple. If I'm wrong, I'll happily eat. I want what you all want. I want the fraud. I want it to be investigated. I want the truth to come out. I don't want a fraudulent president. I'm with you there. I want all of that, but it's not going to happen. Right? Why would he wait? Good point, Tom. It's not going to happen. I don't understand a lot of the Trump supporters' position that's a little different, saying Trump's going to release the evidence. But, so, hear me out, like, and again, I'm not, like, I understand, this is how I lose supporters, but I don't really care. I don't care. I don't do this for money or for views or anything like that. So, I really respect anyone who listens to me, whether they agree with me or not. I do. I honestly mean that. But I know I would have more viewers if I just said Trump's always right and fed you hope. Oh, yeah, this time this is going to... So here's kind of, to me, what I see as a general feeling from, a consensus of Trump supporters. The system is brutally corrupt. I agree with that. That's why we need an outsider like Trump. I agree with that. And that way, but you have to understand the system's so corrupt, it's hard for one man to do it. It's going to take time. Okay, I'm on that page. And then in the same breath say, but I think that someone like Bill Barr, who is a career FBI agent, he's going to save the day. His report will save the day. I think that Jeff Sessions, he'll save the day. I think that John Bolton, he'll save the day. I think the Supreme Court, they'll save the day. You think that the very corrupt establishment that you voted for Trump to fight is all of a sudden going to itself say, oh yes, we are going to save ourselves from ourselves. That's what you think? How was it that I was able to predict everything that's happened as far as the election? I know there are people on here that were watching me last year where I had people saying, Trump's going to win 48 states. I said, no, they'll intentionally collapse the economy. I said the way Trump won in 2016 was the establishment let its guard down because they believed their own BS. They believed that Hillary had a 99% chance of winning, so they took their foot off the pedal with regards to corruption, and they lost, and they will not make that mistake again. And they will cheat in every possible way. They will throw out sex scandals. They will intentionally collapse the economy. They'll throw out story after story showing corruption of Trump with no proof whatsoever. Remember, we saw that with Trump saying that, soldiers were stupid that fought in the war and died and things like that. Never any proof of it. They just threw it out there and the media ran with it verbatim. I said, never underestimate the corruption they had. To which many Trump supporters on my channel and in real life in Pennsylvania, conservative movements that I would be at would say, no, Trump's going to win 48 states. Rob, come on. Be reasonable. The establishment doesn't have that much power. I said, okay, we'll see. Election night. I told on streams, election night, I said, if Trump's not ahead by well over 600,000 votes by the time I go in bed in Pennsylvania, he loses Pennsylvania. I knew that's how many votes they would find. I knew it. Now, again, I can't prove that was fraud, but I correctly pointed that out. And all the while, I was still, trust the plan, Rob. No, it's all going to work out. Okay, well, then it didn't. And then as soon as it doesn't, no one says, wow, maybe I shouldn't have trusted that. It's literally, I knew that would happen. I knew, but it was, Trump's team put watermarks on all the ballots. He put watermarks on all the ballots. So now they got him. It's it. It's just a matter of time. Really? Yeah, this case in Texas, it's going to go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's going to rule. Really? The same court that said in Nevada, you can go to the casino, but not church. You're confident that court that's basically let down conservatives every major issue, that court's all of a sudden going to have Trump's back? That's your claim? Well, Bill Barr, Barr and Durham, they're going to take care of it. Really? You think so? And one of the things that's frustrating to me, like, this wasn't recorded, but I was on a friend's stream. It wasn't even a stream. It was just a Discord chat with like 6 people, and they were all Trump supporters. We all want the same things. Like, I agree with a lot of these people, but they were adamant. They were telling me about this Texas case. Guaranteed the Supreme Court. Do you understand, Rob? The Supreme Court, it's made up of people that Trump appointed. 6-3 conservative, or 5-4 conservative, 6-3 conservative majority. Slam dunk. Why would people that Trump put in there vote against his interests? And I told them there, I said, not only will they vote against it in some way, but then the very left, the Biden supporters, are going to take everything you're saying tonight and use that as reasons as to why there was no fraud, which is exactly what happened. They said, I just listened to conservatives tell me the court's in Trump's favor. The court's going to save the day. And they didn't. Now, the conservatives told me that all of these people are basically Trump supporters on the court. So if even the court says, no, we're not going to look at evidence of this corruption, then it proves there's no corruption. Now, that's clearly not the case, as we could get into, but Trump supporters set them up for that. When they were saying trust the plan, I had people yelling at me on stream when I was pointing out the crimes of James Comey and Clapper and Brennan and McCabe and saying, why aren't these people being charged? I had people saying, Rob, trust the plan. You have to trust the plan. You can't charge these people right now because we're going to get them for all these super more serious crimes in the future. So we have to let them off the hook now. I said, you're making a huge mistake. These people will not face justice. Yes, trust the plan. Now, I don't mind people being wrong. I predicted Trump wouldn't win in 2016. I predicted Joe Biden wouldn't be the actual candidate come the election. I was wrong on both of those. But I'll at least try to admit, yeah, I was wrong on that. What gets me is so many people I see that are kind of the trust the plan mindset. Every loss we get, they're like, the loss was intentional. The loss wasn't really a loss. The people right now, there will be scores of people, huge amounts of people, I'm guaranteeing this, huge amounts of people, if Trump isn't sworn in, that are telling you, there is no way Joe Biden will be sworn in. None. No way whatsoever. Not going to happen. Won't happen. Donald Trump for the next 4 years, guarantee Joe Biden will not be sworn in. There are people saying that right now. Huge amounts of them. That if Joe Biden's sworn in on January 20th, will say, well, it's all part of the plan. Trump could do more outside of office than in office. But didn't you just say 2 days ago there was no way Trump wouldn't be put back in office? Now you're saying, it was the plan all along? No. And I'm not saying it to pick on people. Remember, I'm not going to pick on anyone for any conspiracy theory they believe. The mainstream establishment narrative is Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. That is the most insane conspiracy theory I've ever heard. By the way, a conspiracy theory that was championed by Bill Barr. Did you really think Bill Barr was going to do the right thing for this country when he was literally lying to your face, saying, yeah, Epstein killed himself. Yeah, the guards fell asleep at the same time that the cameras went off, at the same time that we decided to take him off suicide watch, that he was then able to kill himself in a way that was almost impossible from a very shallow point with some bed sheets that he tied together. Wrapped up in a nice, neat bow, because that's how the world works. That's what Bill Barr was certifying. And the same people that were like, Epstein didn't kill himself, were literally saying, but even though Bill Barr said that he did, it's all part of the plan. It's part of the plan. We're going to really spring the Epstein trap. There is nothing, if somehow, I'm predicting there is a far less than 1% chance that Trump's sworn in on January 20th, but don't hate me because I'm predicting opposite. If I'm wrong, I'll happily come on here and eat crow. But I'm not going to be wrong. And the people that disagree with me, many of them will not eat crow. Many of them will say, well, this was part of the plan. You can't, and the reason that this matters is you can't start to fix something if you can't even acknowledge that it's broken. You can't start to win if you can't even acknowledge that you've lost. It's that simple. That's how we're in this system, both Republicans and Democrats, average people. Every year, we're told by our prospective parties that we have to vote for a bunch of people that don't give a rat's ass about us because the other side's worse. Now, do I think the Democrats are worse? Yep. But ultimately, I also think they have, when it comes to the big issues, they have the same idea as the establishment Republicans. So like good little lemmings, every 2 or 4 years, we go out there and say, this time I got to vote for these people I don't really like, but it's because the other side's worse. And then after 50 years of that, we end up with career politicians getting personally enriched by selling out the wealth and the labor of this country. That's what happens. Yes, I think the left's worse. Yes. I will still vote for some Republicans. I don't know if I could ever at a national level vote for a Democrat. For me, it was even before any of this crap was Covington and Kavanaugh. When it became the official platform of the Democratic Party with Kavanaugh to say that you're guilty until proven innocent, that is such a philosophically damaging position that I cannot endorse anyone that would even be associated with a political party that embraces that idea. The concept of guilty before innocent. And then with the Covington situation, where literally it became part of the platform of the Democratic Party to endorse adult black racists that were homophobes yelling at children because the children were white and Trump supporters. I can't endorse that. Yeah, we need term limits, financial audits of every politician. I totally agree. That's one of the reasons if I run for office again to vote for me. A financial audit of me would take all of like 3 minutes. Well, he has a house that he's paying a mortgage on, a couple of cars that aren't fancy or anything, just like family cars. And yeah, that's about it. Massive, massive debt. That's what Rob has. Well, if you believe guilty until proven innocent, you're a scumbag. Your ideology is toxic, and it would literally lead to the destruction of this country and any country that would adopt it. Oh, Tom, not only did certain members of Congress sign that bill before they were elected, they claimed that they themselves would push that bill. They would champion the bill. So it wasn't that these Congress people that we know that are in office said, if someone puts forth a bill for term limits, I'll sign it. They said, I'll put forth the bill for term limits. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Isn't that weird? I'm sure they'll get around to it. And Tom, I know me and you talked in that election. We said these people are full of it. There is no way people that are benefiting from this power will sign a bill that limits their power. They're not going to do it. Why would you purposely vote yourself out of the golden goose? 20-year politicians aren't going to vote for term limits to limit themselves. It's not going to happen. So I don't care what garbage promise that some establishment person's giving. Oh, I promised that I would sign for term limits. They're not going to push it. Unless you get real people in there that are actually running for Congress because they want to serve the people, as opposed to they feel that they deserve a job in leadership. Yankees fan says, you realize if Biden gets in, our country is gone. How can you accept those? Who says I'm accepting it? Predicting that he will is different than wanting him to. This is what I don't get. Like, let's take politics out of it. Let's say sports. My friend Tom's a Yankees fan, right? I'm a Pittsburgh Pirates fan. Let's say I'm in a room with 3 or 4 other Pirates fans and Tom's there, and the Pirates are going to play a series with the Yankees. And I say, Tom's like, yeah, I think the Yankees are going to win at least 2 out of 3 games. And then I say, yeah, they'll probably win 3 out of 3. Would the Pirate fans in the room go, oh, so you don't like the Pirates? How could you say that? How could you say the Pirates will lose? No, I'm cheering for the Pirates to win, absolutely. But I'm also interpreting what I see as reality and giving my honest opinion. So the idea when I come on here and say, no, the courts aren't going to roll for Trump, for various reasons. One, they've showed themselves to be cowardly and corrupt over and over again. Second, even if they weren't, you do understand because of the establishment control and that the fact that they've tacitly endorsed violence in the name of them achieving power for so long now, that if the Supreme Court would rule to overturn the election, not only would their lives and their families' lives be in jeopardy, but we would see riots in this country that would make the George Floyd riots look small in comparison. So it would take an incredible strength of character to say, one, it would take the evidence being there. Second, it would take an incredible strength of character saying, I'm putting my life on the line and basically the lives of thousands of other people because I know the insane amount of violence that this decision will rot. Now, does that mean that they should not vote that way for those reasons? No, absolutely not. But will they? No, they're not. And it won't matter because it's corrupt anyways, and it would never get to that. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, Ramon, you can call in. Just I'll put the link up again on Discord. Don't take it as me saying, oh, I want Trump to lose. If I say, I predict, no, Pence isn't going to save the day. No, the courts aren't going to save the day. That's just my prediction. I hope I'm wrong. But so many people take it personally like, oh, Rob's not on our side. Where did I say that? I didn't say that. Ramon, if you go to that Discord link and then where it says voice channel general, if you click on that, you'll see. Where'd it go? That's all. And I know no one wants to hear this. People don't want to tune in and listen to someone say, yeah, we're probably not going to win this. I don't know if Pence is part of the swamp or not. Probably, but I don't know. We'll see. Mr. Cornnugget, that's an excellent point. That's what I'm saying in a less succinct way than you just said it. The problem was Trump was a strike against the establishment. We've not been able to follow up with the second strike. They used Q to mess up the movement. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I don't think that people in Q are bad people. I think not everyone who followed Q believed everything Q said, which is good. Many people, like my friend Mike at the Patriot Hour, specifically said, even though he followed a lot of Q, he said everyone should look into the research themselves, make up their own mind, things like that. Don't follow someone just because they claim to be in a position of authority. So that's not bad. But people ask me, why were you so hard on, like, you go back and watch those videos of me in 2019 where I'm outlining the crimes of Comey, Clapper, Brennan, McCabe. And I'm like, it's ridiculous that these people aren't being prosecuted for these obvious crimes. The same crimes of lying to the FBI or lying to Congress that they're charging people like Flynn and Papadopoulos with. So it's not that they don't charge people for these crimes. It's just they only charge Trump supporters. That's all. The very people at the heads of the agencies charging Trump supporters with violating crimes are violating those exact same crimes. But Rob, why so when people are on there saying, Rob, trust the plan, why are you getting so angry, Rob? Because I saw the writing on the wall. Because here's the truth about Trump. Unique in our lifetime was Trump in this sense. I believe that Trump was malleable enough that if his supporters disagreed with him on something, he would come closer to his supporters than almost any politician at national prominence that we've ever seen. And that's because he wasn't an ideologue. Trump's entire mantra is basically, I just get people in the room, hopefully they're the best people, and then we kind of come to some agreement or compromise. Trump's not a scientist, he's not a medical expert, he's a businessman. That's how businessmen work. And that could be a great style of leadership, as long as you have the right people in the room with you. Well, the right people were actual regular Americans. That's the right people. And we could have steered his direction. But instead, so many of us said, no. Trust the plan. Whatever Trump says is gospel. So if Trump, instead of saying, I'm a person, these are my thoughts and opinions. When Trump agrees with them, I'll say, great. When he doesn't, I'll say, I think you're wrong. That's what I tried to do. The single biggest group of people I lost while doing a channel was when Trump was praising Gavin Newsom and Andrew Cuomo, saying that the lockdowns they implied were good, and was criticizing Georgia and criticizing Sweden for not doing lockdowns. And I said it was horrible, it was a terrible mistake, that Trump deserved criticism for it, etc., etc., etc. And I had person after person after person, not Democrats, not Biden supporters, not Bernie bros, Trump supporters, telling me why we needed to have the lockdowns. And so they had enough of me. How dare I disagree with Trump? I had several people tell me this. I knew you were a Democrat in disguise. I said, how am I Democrat in disguise? Trump's endorsing these lockdowns that will be, other than the corruption and everything, the main reason that he loses re-election. That's what I said. It's on tape. You're terrible, Rob. No. Ramon, I didn't see. Did you try to come in? Maybe you're still trying to call in. Well, Ramon, when you get in, just tell me. I don't want to wear the headset when I'm around. Look what it does to my bald head. Right, rational. That's exactly the point. I'll walk with anyone who's walking the way I'm going, but I won't follow them when they go off the path I'm on. That's right. Every single person in here, if you're a free-thinking person, every one of us should at least be able to admit to this statement. There is not one person in the world alive today or in the history of the world that will agree with us on every position. Every one of us are unique in that. You might find someone who agrees with you 95% of the time, which is really good. But there's always going to be slight differences. As such, that means that you'll never find a politician that totally agrees with you. And you'll never find a political party that totally agrees with you. If you're willing to say, I trust this political party or I trust this politician so much that I'm willing to concede my position's wrong and their position's right when I disagree, I think that's a mistake. I have not seen a level of expertise from our political class that would warrant that sort of deference to your own individual intuition. I haven't seen it. So it's not that you dislike, when you look at a president or a governor or any politician, you say, I disagree with this. That doesn't mean you're saying, I'm not going to vote for this person. I hate this person. I hope they're removed from office immediately. That's not what that means. You're never going to agree with a politician 100%. I think Trump, probably the best president in my lifetime. In fact, definitely the best president in my lifetime. Yet I criticized him all the time. I voted for Trump. I volunteered for Trump. Hours upon hours making phone calls for Trump in this election. I was offered a job by the Trump campaign, which I turned down because they wanted me to end my channel. But so many people said, trust the plan, trust the plan, trust the plan, trust the plan. Okay. So instead of a mass amount of Trump supporters from the average people saying, no, Mr. President, don't listen to them. Pull those troops out. Pull them out. Don't listen to John Bolton. Instead of them saying, release it now. Declassify everything now. Pardon it, Assange and Snowden. Stop listening to these corrupt swamp creature neocons that are around you. They don't like you. Stop endorsing Anthony Fauci. Stop it. Instead, trust the plan, trust the plan, trust the plan. I believe the reason Trump signed this bill and the reason he hasn't declassified... Look, this is just... Take this with a grain of salt. It's just my opinion. I don't have the evidence for this. But I think that the one characteristic that you could say of Trump is that he has a tendency, if he feels that he's been punched, to punch back. So if he feels you insulted him, he's going to insult you even more. If he feels you attacked him, he's going to attack you even more. So I do believe when Trump saw how James Comey and the FBI and Mueller and all these people were unfairly engaged in a coup against him, his gut reaction was, declassify everything, show the American people how corrupt this is, immediately. That's my gut feeling of what Trump was saying immediately. And I think it took corrupt people around him saying, no, Mr. President, we have an investigation into this, and you releasing this information could jeopardize our investigation. So we promise you that by the 2018 election, the American people will see how corrupt the Democrats and the intel agencies have been against you. We promise you. And then 2018 election comes and goes and the Republicans lose. And Trump's probably sitting there with them like, well, what happened? Oh, well, the investigation, it's just much more massive. It's going to ensnare many more people than we thought. It's a huge investigation, Mr. President. So just leave us keep going. And Bill Barr saying, trust me, before the election, the American people will see the corruption that was waged against you. Trust me. I felt, and this is, again, that's been my opinion for a while, so I have a bias, but to me, there seemed to be a tone shift after the New York Post story came out showing the corruption of Biden and his family, and then Tony Bobulinski, who was the Biden's business partner, kind of talked about how corrupt and dangerous Biden and his family were. And then all the media was just like, we're going to be silent on it. And Barr was like, I'm going to be silent on it. And I felt then, when you saw Trump speak after that he was like more angry. Because I think he saw then like, wait a minute, I've been had. This shit ain't coming out before the election. No one cares. The media's going to cover for it. Barr's not going to come out and say, no, this is all true. He let the media spin the narrative that it was Russian disinformation. Barr knew that wasn't the case. He knew damn well it wasn't the case. Yet he allowed 50 former intel officials and anonymous intel sources to, through their propagandists in the media, say, no, this is all Russian propaganda. That's what happened. That's what Bill Barr did. He allowed it. Bill Barr said, yes, I didn't want to tilt the scale. So that's what he did. He listened to Barr. He listened to the trust the plan people. He could right now. If President Trump's listening right now, declassify everything now, immediately. Pardon Snowden and Assange now. Immediately. Like tonight. Stay up late tonight and sign the bill. Don't take one advisor with you. Put yourself in the Oval Office yourself. Put a pen to paper and do this shit now. Everything corrupt about the intel agencies. Everything. Release it all. Pardon whistleblowers. Do it. But he won't. Because Bill Barr and Lindsey Graham and Marco Rubio and Mitch McConnell are saying, President, we assure you that the Durham investigation will be continuing apace, and even once you're out of office, it'll bring this corruption to an end. And Trump's going to buy it. He's going to buy that shit. He's going to buy it. And then he'll wake up January 21st and go, oh, shit. It's amazing. And I'm a Trump supporter, and I'm here to tell you, he fell for that line so many times. His gut reaction was right. He'd come up with something like, why are we arming Islamic terrorists in places like Syria? Why are we fighting on the side of them against Assad instead of working with Assad to end the Islamic terrorist? Why don't we bring troops home from these places in these never-ending wars? Like, Trump was right. His gut reaction was right on that stuff. But, trust the plan. Just like Q supporters were believing, not all of them, but many of them were believing trust the plan. So I literally had several Q supporters on my channel the day that we found out that McCabe was not going to be prosecuted. And I was furious about it, and I'm talking about the crimes of McCabe. I had 2 separate people tell me this was good news. It's good that McCabe and Comey aren't prosecuted because it proves that they'll be prosecuted in the future. Can you think of a more effective way to castrate your opponents than to literally get them en masse cheering for your corruption? Cheering for the justice system to let criminals off the hook because it proves the criminals will be brought to justice later. I said it I don't know how many times on this show. Trump could be taken to the gallows with his entire family. And some of these Trump supporters will be sitting there, arms tied behind their back, right beside Trump with the noose tightening around their neck going, finally, we got them now. Hey, comrade. Yeah, we got him. Woo. This is the best day of my life. We finally did it. Now they're all going to go down. No. Oh, I see, JP. From the party of peace, right? The Democrats, the party that flips out anytime Trump tries to bring troops home. I don't know exactly what the Blackwater people that Trump pardoned. My gut feeling is that, it was bad to pardon them. But I would rather have a president that's pardoning even war criminals than a president that's getting us into illegal wars like Obama and Biden did. The truth is, JP, did you care about that? Are you going to talk about the war crimes of Biden? Like, for example, Libya? Like Hillary Clinton said, we came, we saw, he died. When Gaddafi repeatedly said over and over, these aren't my people. These are Islamic terrorists from outside my country that are being facilitated by international agencies like the United States. And then they sodomized him with a bayonet while he was still alive, torturing him and paraded him around the streets. And Hillary Clinton said, we came, we saw, he died. Oh, of course, I know. But I know that I'm falling for it to a degree. But I just want to point out the absurdity and the hypocritical nature. Did anybody come on Discord yet? I know Ramon mentioned it. Oops, wrong button. No. So remember, if anyone wants to chat, I probably got 20 more minutes. There's the Discord link if anyone wants to come on. There's a topic. Chris says, I got my wife a $3,000 sofa, got it delivered today. Now she's saying she doesn't want to sit on it because it may mess it up. Shaking my head. Any advice? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have advice, but this is, right, it's a focus on material possessions to the point where once you obtain the possession, it becomes sort of an idol as opposed to the use of the possession itself. So it's like buying a brand new car and then never driving it, things like that. Yeah, I mean, my advice is that you need to have, I'll put it this way. This comedian I like, Doug Stanhope, he says, the key to life is excess in moderation. Don't get home from work every night and drink 3 or 4 beers. Save up all your money and drink 30 beers on the weekend. Or better yet, don't do it on the weekend. That's your time. Do it on the company's dime. Get drunk and then go into work. Now, I'm not advocating that, but there's a lot of truth in that sometimes you just have to let loose. So if you spend $3,000 on the sofa and you think it seems like a lot of money, so what? Sit in the damn sofa. You earned it. Spend it. Use it. Someone's on Discord? All right. Yeah, I'm on the Discord. I don't see anyone in the voice channel. Am I missing something? Yeah, there you go. If you work from home, it's easy to drink all the beers on your own time, or on the company dime. Nope, I don't see him in there. Ramon, you said you were on Discord? Nope. Am I on the wrong thing? No, I'm on the right. Oh! He sent me a private call as opposed to going to my... I see what happened. Yeah, I'm sorry. So... I wasn't checking for private calls. I have my own Discord channel that I was putting the link to. And if you go to that channel and then just click join voice channel, it'll bring you right in as opposed to doing a private call because that's the way I have my audio input set up. So yeah, Verzetta, if you want to just jump in, just click there where it says voice channel general. Just click there under my icon and you'll be right in. But yeah, feel free. We'll see. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Trump does win. But I don't see it, like people will say things that I have no way of verifying, and I think it's off-putting. Some U.S. soldiers, the good ones, were killed as they...
Am I here?
Yeah, there you are. 1 second. Let me finish this thought. Were killed as they fought a great battle to get these servers of Dominion in Germany. I don't know. I guess that could be true, but it sounds fantastical. And why would I even comment on it? Because I can't tell if that's true or not. I'm just accepting someone's word. And I understand people being critical of that, saying, well, I don't accept that. Show me the proof. So, I think we waste our time a lot of times talking about that. But hey, man, yeah, thanks for being on. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I guess I got a couple things.
Sure.
I just found your channel, and is my video lagging behind my audio or anything? Because it looks really weird.
I didn't even have your video up, to be honest, but
okay.
But yeah, I see you now. Yeah, it's lagging a little, but honestly, it doesn't even matter. People won't be able to see your video unless you want them to. It don't matter to me. Yeah. A lot of people are uncomfortable showing their face, so I just default have it audio only. But it's up to you. It don't matter to me.
I'm actually streaming on Twitch right now. Just
okay.
Then no viewers because I just started. But
now there we go.
Oh wait. I have a random viewer, but I think they can hear you. So
okay, good deal. So what's up?
I am a leftist. That's something that. Yeah, if you talk to me for more than like 5 minutes, you'll probably figure that out. But yeah, and I saw you on, I think it was a Hippy Dippy panel. You debated, I think Vaush was there, right? Talking about election fraud.
Yeah, one time. Yep.
Voter fraud shit.
Yep.
I saw that debate. Yeah.
So obviously, I was on the side not buying any of this voter fraud shit, but no, I did kind of admire you at some points in that debate because you were definitely outmanned.
Oh yeah, that's fine though. That's not Dylan's fault. I mean, it's. I think the nature of Twitch is it happens to be a platform that I think is dominated by more left-wing voices. So it's hard to find conservatives to go on panels like that. So I don't really mind being outmanned. I think Dylan does a pretty good job moderating though, of giving me a chance to respond. So I'm happy with it.
Yeah, he seemed pretty chill. I think he did about as well as anyone could have moderated something like that.
Yep.
Those can get intense. Well, what I do find kind of interesting is the things that, like, as a leftist, I end up agreeing with right-wing people on, and one of them is guns. And for however long it goes, I kind of wanted to ask you, like, just in general, why you are pro-gun, assuming that you are.
Yeah, I definitely am.
And I don't think I've heard you talk about it.
And I think that it's an issue that actually, this is an issue where a lot of people on the right and left could come together. The first gun control measures that were actually suggested were actually after we freed the slaves, and it was people that were worried that black Americans that were freed would then end up being able to have access to firearms and then take some sort of vengeance against the people that enslaved them. So I think that even people on the left have a right to be concerned about the idea of taking away people's ability to protect themselves. There's a debate on how far should it go, right? There are clear, like, should you be allowed to have a nuclear weapon? No, clearly. I think that we could draw a line and be reasonable at some point. But I feel in general that the commonplace weapons of the day should be able to be accessed by the people. And I think the biggest reason for is protection against government tyranny. But I also believe in the idea of personal defense. So on the right or the left, I think you could see how the current situation is showing that's the case. If you're on the right, I think you could see people like the McCloskeys in St. Louis and other people that had their property burned down or destroyed and the police were unwilling to intervene. If you're on the left, you could also see that you think that maybe you have a distrust of the police or something like that, in which case you want to make sure that you could personally defend yourself. So it was an argument that I find there to be some tenuous nature between people on the left that say, I think that the cops are terrible, horrible, racist, or they're at least participating as unwilling dupes in a systemically racist system, but I also want to take away my right to defend myself.
I've actually complained about that before, just talking about liberals in general, how they just get these really weird contradictory views and shit, and it really it's one of the things that bothers me the most about the Democratic Party, and I think it kind of hurts them long term, is that they're anti-gun and just don't really. I just don't think that's a very good position in this country.
Well, and let me be clear. I'm not going to claim that I don't see tenuous things that occur on the right as well. Like that, certainly I think that sometimes the positions on the right, I don't understand. Like I just said one, I don't understand the idea that if you're a Trump supporter and you think, well, this entire system's stacked against Trump and that's why we need an outsider to get in there and take it down. But then saying, oh, by the way, let's rely on that system. Trust the plan, trust Bill Barr, trust the FBI to investigate itself. It's like, I don't get it. But when it comes to, and this is someone who leans left, maybe you'll disagree with me on this, but I think that what happens is that we see that there are genuine movements that spring up that are populist on the left or the right, and that the propaganda is so sophisticated from people in the establishment that they learn how to infiltrate those movements and steer them in a direction they're comfortable with. And so I think what you're seeing a lot of people, particularly on Twitch, that are vocal leftists, I think they're sort of unwittingly playing into the hands of sort of the corporate establishment interests that they claim to be fighting. And I think gun control is one of those issues. I think that corporate America that is basically robbing us blind thinks it's very good if none of us have pitchforks and knives and torches to go after them if things get out of hand. Now, I'm against political violence, don't get me wrong, but the ability to protect yourself in the case that violence is enacted upon you is necessary to keep corruption in check. And I just, it's one of the things that's, be careful what you wish for, I say to a lot of these people on the left that are for gun control, because you might just wake up in a position where you wish you had those guns.
Yeah, that's true. And Well, there's obviously the argument that we're a little outgunned by the U.S. military and whatnot, and so it's not like a really viable for citizens to fight against the government. But what I see is that it makes it so that if the government starts fucking with people too much, whether it's leftists or rightists, it makes it so that if push comes to shove and you end up in some nightmare scenario where we are fighting against the government, it becomes an international incident immediately.
Right, and that's the point.
It increases severity, I think, if the citizenry is fucked with too much.
Right, and
but that's the point, right?
The argument that I hear all the time about, like, we would be outgunned by the military, but that assumes that the military's fighting a conventional war against a conventional opponent, right? So, like, if you're talking about the U.S. military versus the Chinese military, not even so much in today, the way we view the military today and conflicts today, but the way we traditionally viewed it, where one side win and one side loses, and you're trying to eradicate your opponent, then yeah, clearly the U.S. military would have outgunned the populace with the Second Amendment. But that's not what would happen. Remember, the U.S. military is made up of people in the population in the first place. So right out of the gate, you're going to have to do a lot of convincing to convince military members made up of the population to use the full force of the military against the population. And then after that, remember, like, the ability to keep the military going is reliant on the people being productive, which then finances capital that's able to be then taxed and given to the military. So it's not like as if you're going to see Apache war choppers like descend upon some city where people are like, no, we're not going to take this government abuse. That sort of thing's not going to happen. But if you're totally unarmed, then you don't have, the military and the people in power don't have to worry about any of that because you're already pacified. They'll just, I mean, it's just, we're getting into a system where convention, like, that Second Amendment's very important. One of the reasons I don't talk about it a lot is because I'm not someone who's super sophisticated and educated on individual guns. So there are a lot of particular right-wing streamers that are so much more advanced on me of being able to say, like, oh, here's particularly what this assault weapon does, here's, and things like that. I don't have that expertise. I own some firearms, but I've never been very good with them. I hunt. That's primarily what I use firearms for. But yeah, I own some. But literally everyone I know knows more about guns than me. So it's not a subject that I particularly know a lot about. However, what I will say with this, I know I'm rambling a little, is I think that the warfare, that there's a gut reaction of people thinking that, like, the guns are going to become necessary and that's going to be the battle of tyranny. And I don't think that's the case. I think that the battle against tyranny will be an information battle because they're not going to need to fire one gun at the rate things are going. If you could convince enough people of something, and this is the danger I see in what we saw it's the best thing and the worst thing about the past 4 years. It is now nakedly obvious how we don't have a media, it's just propaganda, at least to me. And if that media tells you, like, if it just tells you, like, hey, don't believe those riots you see out there are riots. They're peaceful. Hey, these people, these McCloskeys are bad people for brandishing weapons to defend their property. If enough people believe that, then they can take away your rights without one weapon ever. They'll just, I mean, we're literally talking about a society where we're having honest to goodness conversations about conservatives. Libertarians are having conversations about, well, we should just leave places like Google censor and regulate in a way that they see fit because they're a private company. But the Founding Fathers didn't envision private companies that were stronger than 9/10 of all the countries in the world. And we're coming to a place where you could literally be depersoned. You could be depersoned. Like, they could shut your bank account down. Now, you might say, well, they did it to Alex Jones. They did it to that guy in the Proud Boys. Those people were bad people. Well, yeah, but just like every time we've seen tyranny in history, it starts somewhere. By the way, I don't think that they're bad people that deserve that. But nonetheless, what I'm saying is it's always going to start somewhere with people that the majority of people could go, yeah, that person's an outsider. But eventually, what are you going to do when you're reliant on the government and you're reliant on, like, a sort of cashless system like we have now? If you can no longer have access to banking, what will you do? And so that's where I choose to focus more on, like, the First Amendment. But certainly the First Amendment's worthless without the ability to protect yourself. So they go hand in hand.
And I really do like the idea I've tossed around really, like, since I was like in high school was I realized, like, man, really, a big enough corporation is a lot like a government in itself. So libertarians are kind of dumb.
Yeah, and I mean, well, here's a way that I'll sort of defend libertarians, but not what I would consider the modern ones. But the idea of what I would consider a pure libertarian would be this. Even a libertarian would say that there have to be some sort of regulations on the book governing fair practices in free markets. So you have to have some laws that ensure that free markets actually exist. And we do not have a free market system. We have a system where lobbying allows people to have government that then picks winners and losers, right? And so because of that, we end up with these sort of monopolies that are kind of incestuously involved with the policymakers. And so it's not just free markets. It's all sort of like there's all sorts of problems we have. The difference I have with the sort of the left on this is as follows. I think that the way that we have government pick winners and losers is that we've basically given the government the ability to pick winners and losers. So if we make the government smaller and don't allow them to pick winners and losers, but force them to enforce the laws on the books, then that will end the corrupt corporate practices and seeing them become these monopolies. There are already laws in the books, for example, that say to break up monopolies, right? The left thinks that what we need is a stronger government with more power to then be able to go after the corruption we see in these corporations. And I respect people that might think that in the left. I just disagree that that's the most strategic way to do it. Because to me, if the government didn't have the ability to pick winners, then lobbying them would be worthless. So if I'm Microsoft and I want to lobby to get a certain bill passed to favor me, well, if there's no ability for the government to pass a bill that favors me, then there's no reason to lobby them. And I think if you make that government bigger and say, well, we're going to have more government regulation, then that just incentivizes the biggest corporations to say, sweet, then we'll just pay off more bribe money and ensure that our opponents are victims of those regulations, but we're not. And I think that the lockdowns prove that you've seen Amazon's net worth double, you've seen Walmart increase by 80%, at the same time that you've seen small business devastated by 40%. That to me is the problem with massive government intervention. Instead of that type of kind of changing to a larger government, we should, to me, this is almost always the case, we should ask our current government to enforce the laws already on the book. And taking it back to gun control, I think this is an issue you see. I remember, I think it was 2017 was the most recent statistics I could find, but there was 170,000 cases federally of felons illegally trying to purchase guns. And the federal government prosecuted 3 of them out of 170,000. So if you're not going to prosecute the gun laws on the books for things that we could all admit, like, oh, these people were felons, maybe they shouldn't have access to guns. If we can't even prosecute them, what good is it to create new gun laws? The only people that then listen to the gun laws are people that are voluntarily doing because we're not prosecuting it.
Yeah, kind of in addition to that, I find one thing that a lot of people, especially like pro-gun control, tend to not understand is, well, especially state-by-state politics, because you only ever be concerned about federal policy, but people don't seem to understand just how complex current gun laws are and certain specifications for like what the fuck is an assault weapon. Right. We're still figuring out what an assault weapon is. And so I'm just not really satisfied with how I've heard very many politicians talk about it at all. Like I want more specificity in gun control. I agree totally. And I'll just say this just to wrap it up. I think that it's because I tend to think there are a lot of corrupt people in government, but I think on this issue in particular, it's a problem of ignorance, right? Like I think at the top level, let's assume that you were in a political body like Congress that has something like 16% approval rating? Depends on the numbers. Under 20, almost everyone says. Like, you probably don't want your populace to be armed. So it's like, I think they have a vested interest in keeping people unarmed, but I think that the general run-of-the-mill politician that's not in on that necessarily, it is complicated. Like we had on my radio show I have on Saturdays, we have a guest that comes on about once every 2 months who's a lawyer that specializes in Second Amendment issues. You would not believe, just in Pennsylvania,
And each state has different laws. Some of the laws in Pennsylvania, it blew my mind. Like, I'm trying to think of one of the... you're allowed to transfer long rifles but not pistols in your car or something to that effect. Like, you can't... Like, he told us of a case, for example, this happened, where intruder breaks into a house, starts attacking wife, husband grabs gun, shoots intruder. Police show up. It's a good shoot. Like, the guy was defending his home. No problem with any of that. The guy says, thank God I borrowed that gun from my neighbor. He's then charged because that's illegal. Because it was a long rifle. He wasn't allowed to, and it's like, who knew that? Like, so I could have borrowed a pistol from my neighbor, but not a long rifle. Or maybe it's the other way around. But yeah, the laws are so convoluted. There was if you have, I'm a hunter sometimes, you have to shoot your gun in, like you're, for those of you who don't hunt, you have to make sure that your scope's accurate. So every year you leave your gun sit there all year. Then when you go out, you got to shoot it in. You go to the range and shoot it in. The laws in Pennsylvania say you're not allowed to transport that gun without a concealed carry permit, except if you're going directly to the range and directly home. So there was a case where a person had in their holster, went into a pharmacy. They went to the gun range, and then on their way home, literally half a mile from their house, they pulled into the pharmacy, picked up a prescription. The Rite Aid, or I think it was Rite Aid, but the pharmacist saw the holster, called the police. Man gets out to his car, swarmed by the police. They're like, what are you doing? You have this gun. He's like, oh, I'm allowed to have it. I was just heading to the range. Yes, but you had to drive straight home. You didn't. So he was charged. And not only was he charged, he loses his right to ever own a firearm again. Now, these aren't people that were maliciously trying to break the law. It's just the law is so complicated, most people can't even begin. I mean, you're talking about stacks upon stacks. That's why, by the way, if you're listening, at least in Pennsylvania, but I'm sure everywhere, get your concealed carry permit. Go to the sheriff's. Most of the time, it's real simple. Go to your local courthouse or sheriff. Cost about $25. They'll just do a simple background check on you. Most of them will give it to you while you're there. Some places like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, it takes a little longer, but you're better off to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So,
yeah, that's true overall. And, oh shit. I do have one concealed carry story. A guy I worked with at a pizza place once. The first time I think I ever saw a Glock was this guy, and like definitely was not supposed to be carrying while working, but so he asked if I wanted to see just how his gun works in general, yada yada yada, and so we go into the walk-in freezer to just stand there in the cold and look at this gun. It's like just hiding from the cameras. So
that's well. Hey man, thanks for calling in. I see there's a couple other people on the show, but yeah, call in anytime, man. And if you want to go ahead and give a shout out to your channel, let me just say, I think that you seem like someone who's arguing in good nature. And we should, if you're listening to me and you're conservative, you honestly should be trying to listen to reasonable people that are giving other perspectives. So maybe consider checking out Verzetta's channel. Do you want to tell us where we could find you?
Yeah, it's just Verzetta on Twitch, spelled the same way that it's in the Discord. And yeah, I do like to talk with right-leaning folk when they come in my chat, and it seems like we usually get along pretty well. I probably won't be doing... usually at least justify what I'm saying.
Right. I probably won't be doing Dylan's show anymore for two reasons. I don't like the 8-person panels. It's just hard to have... And it has nothing to do with the people that I'm debating. Mm-hmm. It's just hard to have a serious, in-depth conversation if there's 8 people. Because you assume you're going to have 8 different takes. Yeah. And so I don't like that. It's not Dylan's fault. I understand why he does it. And then I also had a kind of an argument with Dylan's producer. So I don't know how much I will be doing that type of debate panel anymore. But I wish him well. I hope his channel continues to do well. So you probably won't see me much on there anymore. But yeah, call in anytime. And if you ever want me to call on your show, feel free. I'd set up a date. I'd come on. So.
Awesome. Yeah, I have like no viewers, but
that's all right. Dude, I got 20 people watching right now. So that doesn't, some of the best conversations I've seen are channels with like 3-4 people watching, honestly. So to me, I'm more interested. I don't do this necessarily because I want, I don't get me wrong, if a bunch of people watch me, that's better, but I'm not doing it to make a career out of it or anything like that. I just like talking about these things and getting to the truth, and I'm humbled that even one person wants to listen to what I have to say. So yeah, I don't mind the size of the channel at all. It doesn't bother me. So
well, yeah, you seem like a pretty honest dude. That's what I do like about you, definitely.
Yeah, well, you should see some of my videos the past week just yelling and screaming at people. It might change your mind. But,
oh yeah.
I mean, I had someone basically tell me me and my wife deserve to get COVID. So, it's like that, despite the fact that I've literally wore a mask almost everywhere I've went. I've not been to any large gatherings, but somehow just because I'm a Trump supporter, I deserve to get COVID, which I kicked COVID's ass anyway. So it wasn't a big deal, but so, all right, man. Yeah, we'll let you go. I put your name out there on the chat. So thanks for calling in, man.
It's been lit. Yeah.
All right. Take it easy. Brakina, you there, man? Or lady?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up? Oop, I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, that's a little better.
Okay. I said this is Ramon.
What's up, Ramon? Regular
How
guest,
you doing,
a
man?
fan of the show. Great, man. Thanks so much for coming on. Finally, great to talk to you. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's also good. It's always good to talk to you. I watch your show pretty much every day, or at least I try to. I'm a big fan.
Thank you.
The first time I heard you was every once in a while I check Destiny's channel, and sometimes I see these conservatives come on that just don't know how to argue, and they get bogged down by Destiny. Because Destiny tends to talk fast and give you a lot of blah, 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 blah. So those throw some people off. So when I saw you and I heard you talk, and I went, wow, not only is this guy holding his own, he's actually like beating Destiny. Like he's getting him, and Destiny's getting frustrated. I was like, from then on, I was like, this is a guy that I'm going to listen to, because this is a guy who feels the way I do, and we see things almost the same way, but can also argue it in a coherent, concise, understandable way. So I loved it.
Thank you.
I was just calling to say, thank you for doing what you do, man.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so I did debate in college. One of my old debate partners, Tom's on the chat, and he's one of my moderators, the guy that was my campaign manager. One of the things in debate that's ridiculous is it's heavily evidence-driven, and people read evidence like auctioneers. So the last panel debate I did with Destiny, I noticed that I didn't feel he was prepared for it. And I also, he was playing Minecraft the entire time he was in the debate, which, whatever. So I understand what his strategy is. And his strategy is if he starts saying a bunch of things really fast like this, and he says, look, you have to understand that Donald Trump's one of the most corrupt people that we've ever seen in this country. And everything he's done has been to put kids in cages, to do other things that are immoral, and to just do everything that he could to harm the people of this country. And so that's why we need to vote him out, because he's one of the most disgusting people I've ever seen. Right? That's the tactic that Destiny will use. He's trying to swamp you with a bunch of stuff, talking really fast because he thinks that it sounds smart. The problem for Destiny is I could talk way faster than him, and the people that I debated could talk way faster than me. So I'm used to processing things like that at a very fast speed. So that last panel debate I did with Destiny, I know a lot of people that watch me regularly like, why was Rob talking like this? Why is he saying, first off, the reason you're incorrect about this, Destiny, is because actually Trump did more to fight against the swamp and did more against Russia than any president before him, but it's been controlled by the mainstream media saying that, oh, no, actually he was soft on Russia, when that's just not true. Secondly, we see people like Joe Biden that's been soft on China his entire career, and he's also said that he refused to call China an adversary. And so then Destiny's like, oh, this is just gish-galloping. Well, yeah, in a sense it is gish-galloping, but that's exactly what you do. So, I just was making a point to say, yeah, that's not going to work on me. I will say this to Destiny's credit, though. I didn't watch a lot of him before I think I've debated him 3 times. I haven't watched a lot of his videos. I know he has a reputation for getting on people's nerves and being rude to people. I didn't think he was that rude to me. When I debated him, particularly on his channel, and it was just me and him, he was very polite to me. And one time, my video actually stopped recording. He generously let me rip his video. So I don't have anything to say to him about him like being immoral or anything like that. But yeah, I thought that I handled it pretty well in all 3 debates. I won't say that I absolutely crushed him or anything. I did not think he impressed me much in the last panel debate we did, though. I just felt that, I don't know if it was issues he wasn't concerned about, but I don't know. I just felt like he didn't have much to say. I thought Vaush did a better job in my debate with him in that panel than Destiny did the last one. So
why though? I can tell you why he wasn't talking too much.
What's that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can tell you what. Yeah, I can tell you why. The reason is because one of the debates was about the riots, and he got in a lot of trouble when he had that debate against Vaush, where he basically said something like, yeah, I don't care if they get shot, or something to that effect, because he was saying with the Kyle Rittenhouse thing that happened, he had a big debate against Vaush about that, and he did some kind of stuff. He said something like that actually got him departnered from Twitch for those comments.
Yeah,
so
Vaush,
I think that's why he was kind of...
That could be. Well, here's the problem, right? And this is... So it depends on what the platform is, what I'm trying to do with the debate. Sometimes I'm just off the cuff. Other times I go in with a strategy. And particularly if I know I'm debating someone that's supposed to be like, I kind of have an idea of who they are, and they're supposed to be like a really great debater, like Vaush or Destiny, I guess. I go in with an agenda. Now, the panel debate's different. The audience for the panel debate's a bunch of people watching. When I'm just on Destiny's show, I'm trying to get certain concessions because I know that's an opportunity for me to have 6,000 people listening to me because Destiny has a big crowd. And of those 6,000, 5,995 are going to hate me. So I'm trying to also gear what I'm saying to get concessions that I think to a crowd that dislikes me will say, yeah, that's an important concession. The debate I had with Destiny about the riots, I was shocked that he admitted this. I set it up the entire debate, and I was shocked that he admitted at the end, where I finally got him to admit that, these riots were occurring. And I said, look, you could call me a conspiracy theorist, but I think that people like de Blasio in New York are allowing these riots to occur because they think that it forces Donald Trump's hand, that it either makes Trump look weak and all of these people rioting against him, which is a reason to vote against Trump, or it forces Trump to send in the military, which makes Trump look like a dictator, which is a reason to vote against Trump. And Destiny said, of course. Of course that's what's happening. And it's like, I don't think he realized, he just said that he's cheering for riots for a political purpose. That he thinks the riots should continue because it benefits his political side. That's one of the most heinous opinions that I can imagine. Because real people's lives people were being killed, but other than that, in addition to that, people's lives are being destroyed. And to cheer that on because you want your political side to win, and you say, yes, we'll encourage it. He even said, do you think these riots are good for Trump or bad for Trump? I said, I think they're good. I think that it's an issue that people will say, I'm tired of the left rioting. He disagreed. He thought it was a political win for his side. And so that's the type of thing where I'm just like, then when he goes on to another debate and he has to talk about these rioters. By the way, I didn't watch that debate between Destiny and Vaush, but my understanding is I would have heavily agreed with Destiny. Because correct me if I'm wrong, Vaush's point was basically Rittenhouse had no right to defend himself. He should have just accepted.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
And I have no idea why Vaush has been departnered from Twitch. I know because I don't know Twitch's rules all that well. I was told that I could be banned from Twitch because when I debated Vaush, I streamed it on Twitch. I didn't know Vaush was banned on Twitch, so I don't know why I should be punished because someone I didn't know was banned. But I didn't know Vaush was banned, and I have no idea why he's banned. But I would assume he probably was advocating violence against conservatives at some point would be my guess, but I'm not sure. But wait, Ramon.
That video that you posted.
Oh, go ahead, man. Yeah.
Say that again.
No, go ahead, please.
Can you?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, all right. I was just saying that I saw that video that you posted on Twitter about Vaush talking about the ladies that were being raped. And then the whole time he went, I can't believe this is horrible. And the moment the woman said, and he didn't get prosecuted because it was of a certain ethnic kind, Vaush, right off the cuff, bullshit, right off.
Right.
Dude, you were just defending all these women before, and the moment your preferred ethnicity got attacked, you went on the attack against this woman. I was like, this is unbelievable.
Right, and it's actually worse than that because here's what he did, right? He said that he thinks that when we hear about 1 in 4 women being victims of sexual assault, by the way, that's a garbage number. There's all that number comes from like studies they did on campuses where the women that took part in the study admitted that they were basically persuaded to say that like if someone asked you out and you didn't feel like it, that met their definition of sexual assault. It wasn't specifically that, but it was things like that. This is a very questionable number. He says that number is 1 and 2. And so what he says is there's a reason, right? What he's doing is he's doing two things. He's virtue signaling that he's a white knight to the women. Oh, 1 and 2 people. Of course we live in, right. We live in a rape culture. Of course we live in a rape culture, So that's the first thing he's doing. But the second thing he's doing, it's very subtle, but he's making an argument where he's saying, the reason it's actually 1 and 2 women that have been raped or sexually assaulted. And the reason that those aren't reported are because women aren't believed, because people are out there saying things like, false rape accusations. Right? So it's very subtle, but if you listen to him, he makes that claim. He's like, false rape accusations, blah, blah, blah. Women are afraid to come forward because they'll be maligned. That's what he's saying. Okay? That's what makes it so outrageous that 5 seconds later, he does the very thing that he claims is allowing rapes to continue to occur unimpeded. So he's making an argument. The reason so many women are raped is because we don't take them seriously. So if you're the person who questioned any rape story, you're leading to rapes occurring. And then now me and you might disagree with that statement, but that's what Vaush believes, according to his own words.
Right.
And then he proceeds to do the very thing that he just criticized. Literally, like in the following sentence. Oh, this is bullshit. Is this woman being racist? So that woman, what she's been told by Vaush effectively is this. Yes, I believe that, women should come forward with any rape story. Unless you're accusing a person of color or of a certain religion, then you need to shut your mouth. And if you do come forward, I'm going to call you a racist and shame you. That's a rape apologist is what it is.
What is what you call it? What is it? Marxism? What is that you call it?
Cultural Marxism. Yeah.
Cultural Marxism. There's a totem pole,
Right.
And we all know that trans are all the way at the top, then followed by all the other groups, and women, though they're at some at the top, there are other groups that are above them, and it's just like the oppression Olympics. You do not get to punch up or punch down, it's unbelievable. But I didn't call to talk about Vaush or Destiny,
right?
Whatever. But I wanted more to pick your brain about what you think about the current the new sleuth of Republicans coming up. Your Dan Crenshaws, your Nikki Haley's. What do you think about them? Do you think they're good for the Republican Party? Do you think they're bad? I mean. So before I started listening to you, I thought, it's like my eyes have been kind of open, and I go, geez, I'm really seeing what corruption really is, Mm-hmm. And I escaped I left the country from the Dominican Republic where I thought, corruption is horrible over there. Mm-hmm. And I'm coming to a country I thought corruption wasn't as bad, but it's just a different kind of corruption.
Right.
So I'm just looking at these new Republicans coming up, and is this guy worth it? Is it something, or what do we need for the Republican Party and for the conservative?
Yeah. So like with Nikki Haley, I really think that Nikki Haley, to me, and I'd have to research each of these people more individually, but from what I've seen of Nikki Haley, and I've seen enough of her, I believe, I feel that Nikki Haley is the quintessential new form of the establishment Republican. I do not like her at all. I feel that Nikki Haley is just... To me, she's someone who's paid lip service to Donald Trump, but in reality, she's more of kind of a, along the lines of a Marco Rubio or a Jeb Bush. That's how she would govern, and those are the type of policies that she would enact. Crenshaw, I liked initially, and I think there are good things about Crenshaw, but I think that when push comes to shove, he is also someone that showed me through various things that he's voted for that he will eventually kowtow to the establishment Republicans. So what I mean by that, let me make it as clear as possible. Basically, the criteria I would use is this. If I'm going to support someone that's a Republican, are they willing to stand up against Republican leadership that I think are corrupt and don't really care about us? So are they going to say no to Mitch McConnell? Look at the people that are willing to say no. Rand Paul, Ted Cruz, and a handful of other people. Josh Hawley's borderline. I like a lot of what Josh Hawley's doing, but I do think that it's horrible that he caved in and voted for the stimulus bill, even after he correctly said, I didn't have time to read the bill. The bill's filled with pork, but I'm going to vote for it. I thought that was a mistake. But when I see that sort of talent that we have on the conservative side that's up and coming, I think that you're seeing more of it at the state level. Like in my state, I think that there are people like Mastriano that I think's pretty good. I think, though, unfortunately, once you get to the national level, there are people in the House of Representatives that we don't hear a lot about that I think that are fighters and do good. I think the same of the Democratic Party. I think probably the more advanced you get and the more power you get, it kind of thins out because it's so corrupt that the people that get in those positions, except very rare exceptions, end up kind of proving we're going to toe the party line. So, I mean, I don't know, like, let me give you an example, maybe a reverse example. So Jimmy Dore is someone I like. Jimmy Dore is a comedian turned political commentator. He has a show. I disagree with Jimmy Dore's politics 90% of the time. Super socialist, progressive, left-winger. But I think he's funny, which to me does a lot to make me enjoy listening to someone, even if I disagree with them. Jimmy Dore calls out AOC, calls out Bernie Sanders for voting for the CARES Act, the first stimulus bill. Because he claims, look, they talked a big talk, but when they had a chance to go against party leadership like Pelosi and actually push for a bill that would have helped the American people, instead of sending 90% of the money to corporate interest, they caved. And so if I was a Democrat, I would say, I don't have faith that when push comes to shove, these people will do the right thing. That's exactly how I feel about people like Crenshaw and Haley. I think they'll say, and Crenshaw's clever too because he's funny and he did a lot of cultural things that are good. Like when he went on SNL after he was mocked by Pete Davidson, that was very smart. The ads that Crenshaw puts out are very they're very meme-ish. They kind of get to the heart of the meme culture that so many Trump supporters and just young people in general really support. So I like that about Crenshaw, but then, you know, he's against Trump bringing troops home, and that's a big issue to me, this idea of these forever regime change wars that somehow, like on the big issues, when it comes to bailing out banks, bombing foreign countries, it seems like the Republicans and Democrats never disagree. It's always, they never saw a country they didn't want to bomb. And so when I see Crenshaw like fighting vehemently to stay in Syria and to stay in Afghanistan, I'm like, man, I don't know that this is a guy with leadership written on him. I think my hope is the Republicans are making such asses of themselves right now that I hope a lot of people that listen to my show, I don't have a lot of people that listen to me, but a lot of people that listen to me and people like that start to run for office. Run yourself. There is no, and I say that I ran for Congress. I didn't win. But here's the thing. If there's anyone listening to this right now and you say, look, I would run for office, but I just don't think I have what it takes to be a politician. I'm 95% sure that every single person listening here is as qualified to be a politician as many of the corrupt or the dumb people that we currently have as politicians. The thing that you don't have that they do is an ability to get elected. That's the difference. But that's not a reason not to try. They might have more money than you. They have more connections than you. But that doesn't mean that they're governing better than you would govern. So if your reason for not getting involved is, I don't know that I would be able to govern that well, if your heart's in the right place and you actually care about the people, you'll make better decisions than 95% of people we have in Congress. So, yeah, I know that's kind of a long answer, but that's currently what I think about Crenshaw. If I had to say right now, who is the front runner for 2024 of a Republican that I would want to vote for, I would say I doubt Trump would run again. Maybe one of Trump's kids, but I don't know. To me, the actual politicians there that would deserve it are Ted Cruz and Rand Paul. Those are two that I
like Cruz a lot.
And Rand Paul, at least, even if you don't like some of the things Rand Paul has done, Rand Paul seems to me that he's willing to take the slings and arrows. He'll go against his own party if necessary. He'll vote for Rand Paul voted against, and I disagreed with him on this, but he voted against extending benefits to 9/11 first responders. And it sounds really bad, but his reason was, I will not vote for a bill unless I am told expressly where the money is coming from. I don't care if it's a bill I agree with. If I'm not told this is exactly how we're budgeting this, because his concern is like, well, we're basically just sending a blank check. And yes, it sounds good. It's going to 9/11 first responders. But Where else will the money go? As we see so often, when the government starts to allocate money, oftentimes it doesn't go to where they're claiming. Just like with the CARES Act, it went to a bunch of wealthy people instead of the poor people that needed the money. So, I mean, if it takes some cojones to stand up and say, I'm voting against the 9/11 First Responders Act. Even if you disagree with it, to me, it's like, that's someone who's willing to stand on his principle. So that's
principle.
Yeah, I like Rand Paul as well for that. Yeah, and I'm Rational Wrong Think, who I like, says, not a fan of Ted Cruz. He talks a great game, but there seems to be where it ends. He seems to be all about optics. Yeah, he does need to do more. I agree. But I think he's done more than someone who's like Lindsey Graham, who talks a huge game and then never does anything. But here's the problem. I'm afraid that like so many of us are, what have you done for me lately type people, that come 2023, when people start getting picked who's going to run in 2024, it could be someone who has a 10-year resume of being crappy and being a rhino, but if they do something cool during 2013, everyone will say, yeah, that's the person. So I don't know. We'll see. I think that, to me, I wouldn't mind seeing a third party, to be honest.
I know what you're going to say, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Sure.
If you have the choice between a Dan Crenshaw and an AOC, I mean, isn't the choice, like 100% Crenshaw?
Yeah.
And I know what you said, and I know what you said about 2016 election, that you would have preferred to see Donald Trump against Bernie Sanders rather than Jeb Bush against Hillary Clinton. And I think Ben Shapiro made this point, and I want to know what you think about it. He says he'd rather have Joe Biden instead of Bernie Sanders because, yes, Joe Biden is corrupt, but socialism getting into this country, I think, would destroy it beyond repair. I think as bad as Biden is, and Kamala Harris and all those people, I think this country can still come back from that kind of stuff. But you introduce socialism into the United States, I just think, coming from a foreign country where we had a dictator for 30 years. No, it wasn't communism or socialism, but my point is, this is like the only country that I can think of, a major country that I can think of, at least, that has never had a dictator or anything in that regard. So I don't know, man. When I think about Bernie Sanders or an AOC, I think the choice is clear. And I know what you're going to say, but I just want to think what you know about it.
Yeah, so I don't have enough proof that AOC is anti-establishment or that Crenshaw is pro-establishment. I think I'm making the argument that I think Crenshaw would basically give in to the establishment. I think AOC would as well. Yeah. So the better questions, like the Bernie versus Biden question. Here's why. Now, I would not have the same answer in 2020 as I would in 2016, because in 2016, it appeared to me that Bernie Sanders was to the left what Donald Trump was to the right, which was I'm not talking about what we, the average person, think, but what the people in charge think. And I think they looked and they saw Brexit and they saw Bernie and they saw Trump and they said, we're losing it. We're losing control. Here's a bunch of populist people. Now, it doesn't matter if Bernie Sanders or Donald Trump, for that matter, are really anti-establishment people. What mattered to me was that the establishment said, here are people that we don't have total control of. And here's the deal. When you have total control over a system of governance, total power, you want to make sure that there's zero chance that you lose that power. And so what they did was they got rid of Bernie in the primary, and then they all decided to back Hillary, and they assumed Hillary had it in the bag. And by that, it was like a pressure release valve. We'll give the populace something they want. We'll give them their guy, Donald Trump, to run, and then he'll lose, and that pressure will have been released. And we let Bernie have a prominent seat and sound good, but we're not ultimately going to give him any power. So that's what I saw as Bernie Sanders. The reason that I would have preferred Bernie Sanders to Hillary Clinton or even to Jeb Bush is as follows. Yes, I agree. The policies he's advocating for would be disastrous, but his own party wouldn't have allowed them to happen. That's the truth. Bernie Sanders would have been hamstrung by his own party and by the establishment Republicans in the exact same way that Donald Trump was hamstrung by the Democrats and the Republican Party. He would have been under constant investigation.
Okay.
Bernie was more than happy to come back, crawling back into the Democratic Party after they screwed him over. So
that's right.
I think that shows that he's part of the establishment as well.
That's absolutely right. Now, I didn't know that in 2016, and I don't think the establishment... I think after 2016, Bernie Sanders spent 4 years doing everything he could to let the establishment know, trust me, I could be trusted. I can. I'll give in when you want me to. I'll sign the CARES Act. I'll turn a blind eye to corporatism when it benefits the Democratic Party. Please allow me to have power. Now, maybe he did it because he thought, I'm lying to them, and then once I get it, I'll really fight them. I doubt, though. I think he liked his third lake house. Bernie Sanders, to me, seems like the quintessential socialist that George Orwell warned us about. The socialist that doesn't care about the working class. He just hates people that have more than him. And so if it means collapsing the whole country economically, except him, to end income equality, to create income equality, he'd be more than happy to do it. You know? So, yeah, I agree with you, but... I'll let you go, and then there's one other person on I'll get to in a second, but I do have to get to bed here. But yeah, thanks so much for calling in, Ramon, and I'm going to try to do a call-in show once a week, so please call back. And awesome. Thank you so much for supporting me. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Take care.
All right, take care. One thing I want to say, kind of riffing off that real quick, and it was, if no one called in, I was going to get to this today, was... You really have to applaud the socialists for what they were able to accomplish. Now, look, I'm not going to talk about this a lot, but I think there are kind of two forms of, there are two camps that might be deemed socialist that really aren't. There are the establishment, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Kamala Harris type people, and then there are the Bernie Sanders, AOC type people. And there's a difference. I believe that Bernie and AOC actually believe in their version of socialism. And so when they say, everyone who makes 1 penny more than me is immoral and must be crushed. They believe that shit. They do. They would enact policies that would harm Jeff Bezos and George Soros' interest or Bill Gates' interest. They would. Now, the other part of the party, the Hillary Clintons, your Kamala Harris, your Joe Bidens, etc., they like the ideas that come with socialism of consolidating power for them and the government. They like making people dependent on them, which comes with socialism. But they're not going to go after their corporate donors. Not a chance. So it's kind of like this faux socialism that they're rolling with, you know? So there's two different groups there. Like, I believe that's happening. And so, but you really have to tip your cap to that corporatist group because I think it's their form of socialism that we're going to get. And I've argued their goal as globalists is to make everyone dependent on the government so that they could then usher in sort of a one government system around the world, and they could live like kings in a neo-feudal society where all of us rely on them for our food and for our shelter. They'll give us bread and circuses as long as we worship them, as long as we don't criticize them. And you have to tip your cap to them because they have put us in a position that is absolutely amazing. Hey, what's up, Lecture Fan? Thank you so much for the raid, man. How's it going? Great to hear from you as always. So yeah, what I'm talking about is I had a friend, or my co-host of my radio show, Carlos, asked me this. He said, okay, Rob, me and you both know business owners, people that are struggling because of these lockdowns that literally can't afford to pay their rent next month. They're having trouble putting food on the table. That's why this $2,000 needs to go out to people. I agree, largely, right? But is it worth it? Are we setting the precedent for basically universal basic income? Are we setting the precedent for, there's always another emergency that the government always has to send more checks? Now, the difference this time than something like universal basic income is the people that need this money need the money through no fault of their own. I'm not saying that people that are poor generally, it's their fault all the time, but we have a system, and yes, it's unfortunate, but capitalism is the best system we have. But not everyone will achieve under capitalism. I totally get that. That's preferable to a pure socialism where everyone fails. But certainly we could look and say, yes, in a capitalist society, there will be people at the bottom. That's true. And we should, through the good nature of our heart and charity and things like that, and some very limited government programs, do what we can to make sure that everyone's taken care of to some extent. I get that. But this time's unique because it's not just that you were unemployed because you had an addiction problem, or not even that. Let's not say that. Like, you just, maybe you weren't very good at school and you didn't get a trade, and so now you're struggling, or, things like that. We're talking about you were doing something productive and the government came in and said, no, you can't go to work anymore. You can't go to your small business. You agreed when you created a business or where you accepted some sort of employment. A tacit agreement was created that you kind of understood the rules of the game. And one of the most basic rules that none of us think about is the government's not going to arbitrarily tell you that you could no longer be productive. Like, we agree with that, right? We totally accept that. So if I go to work at, let's say, down the street here, there was a company that cut wooden boards. So they bring in whole lumber, they cut them into wooden boards. Going to work at that company, there's a tacit agreement that I understand the government's not just going to arbitrarily come in one day and say, yeah, we no longer allow you to work. Why? Just because you're locked down. And so people in that position, and it's not just one industry, we're talking massive industry, massive amounts of millions upon millions of people in this country that are suffering economically because of decisions that governments made. So yes, those people, particularly when we're giving other dollars elsewhere to other countries, to gender reassignment programs in Pakistan and to, all of this crap, particularly then, yes, our government, the very least they could do is make sure some of the tax, it's basically, in a sense, it does the same thing as a tax cut. You paid this money in to a system because you were promised certain things, and that system arbitrarily shut you down. Now, we're going to give some of that money back. But here's the danger. It's like opium. Who are you going to vote for? Me and you may be different. We might, if you're listening to me on a Wednesday night, you're probably more interested in looking into things politically. Even if you don't agree with me, I would say anyone who's watching some fat guy sitting here ramble on in politics at 11 at night probably is a little more interested in politics than maybe my neighbor down the street who just wants to be left alone. And there's millions upon millions of people. In fact, there's probably more people like that than people that are interested in politics. They're just like, I'm tired of hearing about politics all the time. I just want to go to work. I have a family I love. I want to go to work. I want to be left alone by the government. That's what I want. Sure, they have to have small rules. They get their taxes from me, whatever. I just want to be left alone. I want to be able to go out to the bar or a restaurant after work for a drink. I want to hang out with my friends on the weekend and go to picnics and parties and stuff like that. That's what I want. I want to go to church on Sunday. That's what most people want. Not everyone's a nerd like me that's interested in politics to the extent I am. But now all of a sudden, like, those people were like, man, I'm devastated here. And I tried to sound the warning in March. I was saying early and often, lockdowns are a mistake. The reason is, it's not that they could never justify an incredibly short-term targeted lockdown. It's that they had to be transparent and tell us exactly why that lockdown would be beneficial. Because you've accepted, we have this unknown out there. There's this virus. It could do a lot of damage or a little damage. We don't know. But we know what a lockdown will do. We know that people will be killed because of a lockdown. They will die because of a lockdown. We know that people will be economically devastated because of a lockdown. So in order to take that known terrible thing, you have to extremely make the case why it is necessary. And the government didn't even come close to that. We still have no evidence that lockdowns are successful. In fact, I was just reading a study, which hopefully I'll talk more about the next time I do a video, just today, about how several doctors and researchers in Europe looked at the data from every country around the world to try to figure out which countries were doing better with COVID and why. And they came to the conclusion that health factors, things like obesity, age rates, population density, all those things, average income, they factored in incredibly into how well a country did. But you know what didn't factor in at all? Lockdowns. They said not one government law or mandate with lockdowns or masks seemed to show any statistical evidence that it lowered the amount of deaths. None. Now, that's not even looking at, did it cause additional deaths? Did it cause additional pain? So, I'm rambling here, but my point is this. Because we lost the initial argument, and it wasn't just left-wingers. I'm telling you, if you're watching me for the first time, I had tons of people that claim to be Trump supporters or claim to be constitutional conservatives that were talking to me about why we needed to have lockdowns. Trump supporters. Because I criticized Trump when Trump came out and said in mid-March, he said, I talked to Gavin Newsom, I talked to Andrew Cuomo, and I really respect what they're doing. I think they're going the right way. Now, in Georgia, they're not locking down, and I think that's a mistake. And in Sweden, they didn't lock down, and I think that's a mistake. If you don't believe me, look it up. Trump said that in March. I said, no, this is a mistake. This is one of the things that will cost you the election. This is intentional. I predicted way back, I ran for Congress in 2019 in a special, or maybe it was late 2018 in a special election. So I have all these connections to people that in Pennsylvania that are involved in the Republican Party. I volunteered for Trump. I was offered a job by the Trump campaign. I'm talking to these people all 2019, and they're like, Trump's going to win in a landslide. He's going to win 48 states. And I was like, never underestimate how corrupt the opposition is. They'll bring out sexual assault allegations. They'll bring out garbage stories from anonymous sources all the way up through the election that their propagandist media will repeat ad nauseum. Remember how Trump supposedly said troops that fought for the country were suckers and stupid? No proof of it, just the claim. They ran with it. And I said they will intentionally collapse the economy. That's exactly what they did. So I'm saying I'm for the $2,000, but think of what we've done. Think of how great these corporatist faux socialists, the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris crowd, think of how great the victory they've achieved is. They have literally set the precedent where they could say, there's an illness, lock everything down. Oh, now you need money from the government. Everyone who's ever wanted bigger government and more government control over people's lives, this is their dream. Even someone like me who understands the danger of this is saying, yes, people need this $2,000 now. How am I going to convince my neighbor down the street that just wants to be left alone, that's now, through no fault of his own, struggling, that he should vote against people sending him $2,000 every month? How am I going to vote against? How am I going to convince him? He's not looking into this as much as me. He doesn't understand the history of countries with massive socialism like that and how devastated things become. He doesn't understand what happened in places like the Soviet Union, in places like China, when we started to have massive government control over every area of life under the promise of, oh, but we'll feed and clothe and home everyone. Give us all the utilities, and then we'll dole them out as we see fit. He doesn't know the 150 million plus people that were wiped out under that exact same mentality. That's how it started. All he knows is, I need to feed my family. That's all he knows. And when even I'm saying, yes, this $2,000 needs to go, it does need to go out to people. It's incredible. The tool that they are wielding is incredible. It's not going to be just about, think of this, right? It used to be big governments used the fear of outside enemies to justify taking our rights away. So like the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act was imposed on us under the fear of, well, these boogeyman terrorists around the world are going to come kill us all, so we have to take your Fourth Amendment rights away. Right? That was kind of the idea. But the problem is, in a more interconnected world, it's hard to demonize, like, say, Russia. All the Russians are out to get us. They're going to kill us all. I get in the computer and talk to someone from Russia right now. There was a big anti-war movement that sprung up under George Bush. Yes, they did a great job. All they had to do was put a Democrat president who, let's be honest, I thought was a great speaker in Barack Obama. Plus, he's the first black president, which I don't look at things like skin color, but I understand people that look at if you lived through Jim Crow or something, you lived to see a black president. I understand that. If you voted for someone because of their skin color, I think that's really bad. In fact, it's arguably racist. In fact, it is racist. But I understand the pride in saying this person won, and I didn't think I'd live to see a person of that skin color. So that's fine. I get all that. But it was like a shiny object. Oh, forget about the fact he's continuing the very wars that all of these Democrats marched against. The Democrats in 20 years have gone from supposedly Bush lied, or the party of peace, Bush lied, people died, to I'm a xenophobe if I want Trump to pull troops out. You get that? The very thing they were fighting for, bring the troops home, 20 years ago, They've been indoctrinated so much that they're saying, not only do I not want the troops to come home, but you're immoral if you do want the troops to come home. Leftist after leftist, I debate, has changed in that position. That's not everyone on the left, but there's a lot of people that think that. So it's hard. The war thing, every tactic will eventually run its course. So what if you could do this? Instead of the enemy that you need to use to justify taking all of our rights away, instead of it being a person, what if it's something that you can't even see? What if it's a virus? What if it's the climate? That's where we're at. That was the danger I saw. I said this at the beginning of these lockdowns. I said there are 3 things that could destroy us or that could harm this country right now. There's COVID. I admitted full out. For all I know, COVID could kill 1,000 people or 10 million people. I don't know. I have no clue. Every death is terrible. Once you start to get into huge numbers like that, it's catastrophic. But the United States would survive. Then there's the second problem, which are the lockdowns and the economic and the physical and mental cost of them. I predicted that the lockdowns would not only kill a huge amount of people, but would have a far greater negative impact on this country economically and health-wise in the future as a result of the economic stagnation that would come, that it would far outweigh the people that were affected by COVID. I think that I'll be proven right in that prediction. But the United States will still survive. Might take 10 years, might take 15 to bounce back economically, but we'll survive it. But what we cannot survive is allowing the government to shred the Bill of Rights and to intentionally crush people economically anytime they snap their fingers. Oh, there's a virus out there. Can someone explain to me the rhetoric between the virus of COVID with what I was told? Hey, it's a serious, we don't know about it. We don't know how bad it could be. So we can't take chances. We have to lock down. We have to. Even if we don't have proof lockdowns work. If you're against the lockdown, you want grandma to die. That's what they said. Didn't they say West Nile was going to be real bad? And SARS? And H1N1? Didn't they say all that? It seems like my entire adult life, I'm 36, so it seems like ever since I was 18, every 2 years, it's like, oh, there's a new disease, MRSA. Oh, this disease is going to be bad. Now the World Health Organization just came out yesterday and said, actually, COVID's just the beginning. There's a far worse disease that's coming in the future. Oh, COVID's mutated. When will the game end? Oh, the vaccine. Once the vaccine comes, now you're seeing, they're already laying the groundwork. Oh, the vaccine doesn't mean we could end lockdowns. Nope, doesn't mean. It could mutate. You still have to stay home. Still have to do this and that. That's the end of our country. What will you do when you die and you go to those pearly gates and you walk in and there's a card table and there sits Ben Franklin and George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. And let's say they look at you and they say, hey, Rob Knorr, come on, have a seat, man. Pull up a stool. Ben's going to get you a glass of ale. How's it going, Ben? I go, great. So you lived in the United States, Rob? Yes. Awesome. Thank you for everything you did. A beautiful country. You were an inspiration to me my entire life. You gave me the chance to be one of the most privileged people in the history of the world because I had the good fortune to be born to loving parents, relatively healthy, in the country you created. I cannot thank you enough. And they'll say, well, thanks, Rob. That's great. So yeah, we're glad you're here. We got to ask you, though, Rob. Thomas Jefferson there has a question. Hey, what's up, Rob? Yeah, I had a question for you. I heard the United States isn't doing so well. That actually they've ushered in some sort of socialist, globalist communism, that they've taken away all that Bill of Rights that we fought so hard to get you, that they're just kind of crapping all over it. What happened? Was it like a foreign invader? Was there like what happened? What was so devastating that caused that switch to occur? We had a virus with an over 99% survival rate. Wait, what was that? Yeah, we had a virus. For people under the age of 55, it was basically no more deadly than the common flu. And they're like, oh, yeah, in our time, we had things like the flu. It killed a lot of people, but it wasn't devastating. Oh, no, don't be mistaken. Our medical care's advanced so much that the common flu in our country doesn't even remotely kill what it killed in your time. So actually, it's even worse than that. Yeah, we had a virus, so we had to give up the greatest country in the history of the world because of virus. How will you feel when you have that conversation? You know? Oops, sorry. Trying to catch up on the chat a little. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's one more person in the call. So, Neanderthal, please. I'm so sorry I've been ranting. I forgot that I had people. If you're still there, please. Yeah, sorry about that, man. I know you've been waiting a while. I totally forgot. So, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Not bad. I'm actually having a good day.
Awesome. So I was just, I ran across you on the Hippy Dippy podcast and
Okay.
some other debates you had, and I was just really impressed by your depth of knowledge. And I was wondering if you had any special process for like researching stuff and investigating and getting your points together, and if you could maybe share that, like how long it takes and that kind of thing.
Yeah. So a lot of my general knowledge of this stuff came through the process of competitive debate. So I'll admit, I don't know if you could tell by me kind of not being the most fit person in the world. I do have a problem with the lack of motivation in a lot of things in life. I should exercise more. I should eat better. I should, some might call it lazy about some things. And that's a fair criticism that I need to adjust. My secret was anytime I could make something a competition, it motivates me incredibly. So I joined the activity of debate in college, which it wasn't just researching knowledge for the sake of bettering myself. It was to win because I wanted to beat the people that I was debating. So in competitive policy debate, you read an incredible amount of literature. Everything from policy positions to economic philosophies such as socialism versus capitalism to postmodernist philosophy. So that's where I got my kind of general understanding and general basis for things that I'm talking about, a depth of knowledge when it comes to political discussion. From there, I think that I just really was into this, and I like talking about this stuff in real life. So what the things I try to personally do is try to make sure that I am getting a breadth of sources that come from people that I agree with and people I disagree with. And so that's what motivates me. I've trained myself to constantly try to think, like my friend Tom that you see in the chat here. Tom's someone who's, like I said, is kind of like a centrist Democrat. I'm trying to think, me and Tom live together, if you think we argue about politics, you should hear us arguing about baseball. Like, we'd get crazy. So I think all the time, like, well, what would Tom say? What would some of my other friends that are left-leaning, what would they say about this? What are they saying about this? So let me ask them. Let me go to the sources they're going to and see what they're saying. And so that allows me to kind of have an idea of what's going on. So if I'm talking specifics, I actually think it's, despite the fact I hate the ownership, I think that Twitter and following people on Twitter that are agree with you and disagree with you is a good place to see people showing articles that are at least in the zeitgeist of cultural, like sort of the cultural zeitgeist of what's going on at the moment. So, reading a research paper, for example, about COVID, that's very helpful and you should do stuff like that. But it's also important to see what the average person is reading. And even though Twitter isn't a good example of the average person, it is an example of the narrative from both sides that are going on out there. So I like to use Twitter to kind of get sources to read, not necessarily just individuals' comments, but sources that I could then click on and read. I read everything from Zero Hedge to CNN. I like watching Tucker Carlson's one of the people I like. I like watching Jake Tapper, even though I disagree with him, because it kind of gives me an idea of where both sides are coming with this. But, it's other than specific sources, just my general advice is if you could find something to motivate you, other than just, I would like to get smarter, or I would like to learn more. If there's a reason that you want to learn more, if you want to learn more because you think it would help you in your personal life, become more successful, or it would help you in a personal relationship, that's going to give you more motivation to learn than if you just say, well, as far as I'm concerned, than what I experience. So for me, the trick I use is I want to be able to convince people. My dream is I want to be able to talk to the people that are the most influential people in the world, that are opinionated, and I want to be able to go toe-to-toe with them. And so that motivates me. Okay, COVID, I'm going to read as much as I can on this subject. So I'm sorry I don't have anything better to say than that. But yeah, that just kind of that background in debate, and then just a motivation to want to, challenge people and debate ideas.
Oh, for sure. I think competition is like my best motivator
Yeah.
too. What I would love to see from you is maybe a video where you sort of systematically go through your sources and in real time look things up and just kind of go through maybe the timeline of the Ukraine scandal or Russiagate or some of the things that you talk in debate. Because I think during debate, a lot of things get left unsaid and people kind of change topics and you don't have a chance to flesh out the argument fully. But if you could just, and I think it's also more convincing to leftists if they see you pulling up the articles and getting the evidence firsthand.
That is an excellent point. I will do that.
It's not about leftists. It's not about leftists. It's not about conservative. Like I personally am a liberal conservative.
Mm-hmm.
I have been drinking tonight, but God's honest truth. Like I personally believe that America has a lot to worry about China. I think China is in the next 10 years they're going to outdo America so substantially that they will probably ruin America in not much time at all. Okay, and people are allowing that to happen. That is exactly what happened in World War II. It's what happened kind of in World War One to some degree. But World War II substantially is exactly the same, and people do not understand that it is going to happen exactly the same.
I don't.
Right now, America needs to have the help from the rest of the world. They need to have Europe to speak for them as well. I think that America needs to look towards Europe or certain Europeans to actually help them through problematic circumstances. Like Australia, New Zealand, all these boys that you know are going to be hurt by China. Okay, and it's a matter of time that China, like, they have 4 times the development rate than America. 4 times the development rate. Sorry, I'm drunk.
That's all right. No,
you get where I'm coming from, and like, just one thing. The coronavirus was like China were dealing in an illicit trade. They were dealing in an illicit trade that the World Health Organization knew they were dealing in that trade. They could not do anything because they knew it was China. Okay, if it was any other country, it would be so different. But because they know it's China, they can't do anything. Why is that? You understand why that is? Why should that be allowed? I don't agree with that. I think that's disgusting. I think that what China are doing right now with the Uyghurs and Nepal and India and breaching space in Taiwan and all these, Hong Kong, all these other things, so many. I don't think you realize that the modern day Nazis are the CCP, okay? And that's what I believe. And I know that. And it's sad, but it's true.
Yeah, and like just to riff on that for a second, I mean, the problem is, like, so we had a couple of guests on the show. I had Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer that came on, and I also had Rear Admiral Spalding that I've had the pleasure of meeting a couple times. He was kind of Trump's handpicked general, or handpicked military person to investigate China, and he actually wrote a book about this and talks a lot about it. And what he talks about is this: the way that China is fighting warfare is with information, particularly with data. That's what a lot of the 5G is about. It's about collecting your data. I'm not going to get into a lot of what he told me about 5G, but just know this: it's about information and data, and that what they realize is they're not really, when they're bribing people and buying people off, it's not the traditional bribe necessarily of, we'll give you $5 million to vote this way. They go a step further than that. They appeal to people that have a tendency towards self-aggrandization or corruption, and they appeal to them in saying, this is how the tools that we are building will not only benefit you financially, but also with political power. And so if we could create this database that basically knows everything about all of the constituents that you have, you'll be able to say, and you can go back, it sounds crazy, and I know people think this is crazy, but if you read like Edward Bernays, if you know enough about enough people, you could convince a large group of people of almost anything. And so China's gambling on that. But when they're going into our academic circles and when they're going into Hollywood, they are offering money and all sorts of financial incentives, but it's also this idea of ultimate power that they're offering. And they're willing to partner with people that aren't necessarily Chinese, that don't necessarily have the best interest of China at heart, because they know they will ultimately control this data. And so they'll give you the keys to the city now, but at the end of the day, they'll run the show. And yeah, it is frightening. And, you know, it's one of the things that I think is one of the most stark examples of, you see this kind of ability for people on the left to claim this moral superiority. We care about poor people. We care about kids in cages.
America,
We care about...
It's an obligation to recognize.
Yeah. You're like, we care about incarcerated people. We care about gay rights. But then they defend and partner with countries that are far worse by any objective standard on any of these issues. So, for example, China, like, you know, you could just see it, and it's superficial, but not really. Like, you see it with companies or with institutions like the entertainment industry. So you see it in Hollywood, you see it in the NBA, where they make their bones, all of the people involved in those industries, not all, but a huge majority of them, make their bones criticizing the U.S., telling you how crappy you are as a U.S. citizen, how shamed you must be, how the history of this country is shameful, while they're making billions of dollars off of the Chinese government that's literally running concentration camps for Uyghur Muslims, while they're cracking down.
Muslims.
Yeah, right.
Nepal and India and...
Yeah, right. So yeah, I totally agree. But I am going to wrap up here, but thanks so much, Mustang Donut, for calling in. Neanderthal, I wanted to say to you, I will do more videos like that, I promise. It's been hard for me to research to the standards that I really like on a lot of these issues lately because of... what's up, bud? Oh, yeah.
There's good people out there who actually need it. And whether they're India, Nepal...
Yeah, right. But yeah, just to finish my thought. So I haven't done a lot of those research videos. What I did though was in the chat, I put a stream to one of my videos. That's a 4-hour video I did going painstakingly through, I'll place it again, painstakingly through the entire Ukraine situation. That video was done.
Ukraine is another thing.
Yeah, that video was done February 7th, 2020. And the information that I was putting out then...
Does it not affect you right now?
Does the Ukraine issue affect me?
Of course it does.
Right.
It affects every single one of us right now.
Well, because the issue is this. Again, the corruption is the only issue, because it doesn't matter. Like, Mustang, what's your... Other than corruption, what would be your big issue? Like, first, like free speech?
What would be my big issue?
Yeah.
I believe that China are going to ruin the United States.
Okay, yeah. So if we have a corrupt system where our votes don't matter, and that basically the government of China and a bunch of tech people...
I don't think it's that. I just think people are going to be hurt in the mass.
Well, right. But here's the thing. If the corruption persists, then our ability to get ourselves into a good position vis-a-vis China politically is impossible. Because if the system's corrupt, our voice doesn't matter. It means that the FBI's voice matters, Bill Gates' voice matters, Jeff Bezos' voice matters, but my voice doesn't matter. The average American's doesn't matter. The average citizen of the world's voice doesn't. So we have to end that corruption. Now, it so happens the issue you picked, China, is instrumental into feeding into that corruption. So that's still dealing with the China issue as we deal with corruption. But that's why, like, the Ukraine issue is so important, because what you need to do is to wake people up, to show the double standards and the obvious corruption that the people in positions of leadership in the United States are engaged in. So, for example, the Ukraine impeachment stuff...
Pentagon knows about China. Fact.
Right.
They know about China.
Right. So yeah, Neanderthal, I put that up. I'm going to end the Discord chat here. Thanks so much for both of you calling in, and then I'm going to wrap up. But yeah, I appreciate both of you. And Neanderthal, keep listening, because I'll talk a little about that Ukraine video here. So
thank you, man.
Thanks, guys. So yeah, but yeah, I really appreciate all the calls. I hate this stupid headset. Maybe that's what I'll get myself eventually, a new headset. Yeah, the video I put up there on the Ukraine, that's why it's so important. And I go through. Now, that source particularly, if you want to follow someone who's good on this sort of international corruption, I recommend justthenews.com, which is led by John Solomon. John Solomon is the best reporter in the country when it came to things like the impeachment, when it came to things like the Ukrainian scandal and things like that. I think that people like Sarah Carter were very good when it came to the Russia collusion scandal. Molly Hemingway was another person that was very good. Greg Jarrett was pretty good on this. So those are people that I routinely go to. But as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to actually citing the articles that they're talking about, John Solomon is undefeated as far as his meticulous work in providing sources to back up exactly what he's claiming. And that video that I posted, again, I'll post it one more time, was way back in February 2020. Now, it's shocking. When you watch that video, you'll be like, holy cow. This was known. My first video I was doing on the Ukraine was, it was way back in like July 2019, August 2019. I was doing video after video. But that video from February 2020, and what it was a response to was the impeachment hearings where you had Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, who testified against Trump and about how bad he was and should be impeached, et cetera, et cetera. He claimed that John Solomon basically was a liar. And so John Solomon says, I would like my opportunity to rebut what Lieutenant Colonel Vindman says. He said Vindman said that he didn't have any sources to back it up. So Solomon lists like 24 statements outlining the bare bones of the Ukrainian scenario. He sources every single one of those 24 points. And he goes exactly through the entire story of the Ukraine. And then my video is of 4 hours of going through. Here's his first claim. Let's go to every source that he lists and read the source for ourselves. Here's his second claim. Let's do the same. So if you're into watching me for 4 hours, you can check that video out. Why does it matter? Because the entire system was set up. The only issue that matters is fighting this corruption. The entire system was set up from the moment that Trump started running to crush him. When they failed and he was elected president, they said, we're going to investigate him constantly and mire his presidency in political scandal after political scandal so that he's neutered and is unable to go after us in the way that he otherwise would. Now, look, I have a lot of stuff to say that I criticize Trump about because I still think he could have done more. But unfortunately, he trusted people around him that he thought were going to expose the corruption, and instead they were burying the corruption. So that's, if you're into those sorts of videos, I have a lot of older videos where I did that. Problem is, it's been such a crazy year. I switched jobs. I'm having my first kid, my wife, literally the due date's January 6th. So we're literally on any given day now. I could be heading to the hospital to have my first kid, which I'm super pumped about. But because of this, just the craziness that's been going on, I haven't had time to sit down and research a specific topic like that. If I do want it will probably be COVID. That will probably be what I would do a big in-depth video on, the science behind it, the decisions, the hypocrisy, and things like that. I did one video that got removed from YouTube where I went through for like 2 hours and just showed instance of violence after violence after violence after violence after violence that was done in the George Floyd protest. That was removed because apparently it was promoting violence or something of that nature. And unfortunately, I didn't save that. But I like to do those sort of videos that like Neanderthal was talking about, because then it becomes a resource for me. If I'm having a debate with someone and they say Ukraine, I could go back to my own video, which has the sources listed, and be able to look exactly at that. Could I riff a little on who the most powerful people in the world are? Bankers, what are the coalitions? Team US, UK, Israel, France versus Iran, Syria, Russia, China. So I don't think that the teams break down that way necessarily. I think that there are a faction of people that I'll just call them like the establishment. You might say deep state. I would call them globalists. I would say that there are a faction of people that are corrupt and want power for themselves. And in alliance with those people are people that maybe they're not corrupt. They just think, I know what's best for the world, so give me all the power. That's almost worse, by the way. You can almost trust the corrupt person who just wants more power more than the person that thinks that they know everything. If you just give them power, that things will work out. I would argue that more genocide has been committed with the latter than the former. You understand how to deal with someone that's just like, hey, I just want to be king. Give me all the jewels. You understand how to deal with them. But the person that's taking your rights away and putting their boot on your throat and they think it's for your good, that is the person you have to worry about. Because their evil knows no end. They don't have trouble sleeping at night. As they're lining you up against the communist, Stalin, as he was lining you up against the wall shooting you, he thought he was doing the right thing. Or at least his people did. That's the people you need to be afraid of. Those are the people that commit true evil. Right? So it doesn't matter whether or not they're globalists. We'll just say that. Hopefully I'm imparting that. Now, this is made up of a bunch of mover and shakers. So I think that it's basically people that control institutions that we see around the world. So yes, it is high-level politicians, but obviously not all politicians. But it's also extremely wealthy, like corporate interests and extremely wealthy individuals. It's also people that are tasked with being in charge of institutions that influence our culture. And culture is one of the most important things. Andrew Breitbart was right when he said culture or politics is downstream of culture. While conservatives were busy trying to win election after election, these globalists were busy infiltrating our school systems and academia for 30 to 40 years because they knew, and the entertainment industry and places like that, because they knew if they controlled that and the youth, that eventually the youth would be the people in charge of these other institutions. That's how we end up with a military, the most powerful military in the history of the world, the United States military, that is indoctrinating the people in the military that MAGA means white supremacy. And that we need, the trans movement needs to be heavily involved in the military, and that's a big issue. And that, we all of this stuff that you see at the military, white fragility, white privilege that we're talking about in the military. What does any of this have to do with being a fighting force to defend the greatest nation in the history of the earth? Well, that's why. Because the cultural institutions and academia were co-opted with all this cultural Marxist garbage, which then allows them to infiltrate all of these institutions. So these people, and you have a lot of people, like people bandy around names like Bill Gates, George Soros, but it's true. Those are people that are involved in this. And what these people want is a one government system. The reason is it allows them to consolidate more power. Think about your life. In an ideal system, in the way it used to be, your local government, and it's still to a large extent, your local government has far more impact over your life than your national government. The more localized, your town government is going to have a better understanding of how to run the town and the people of that town. They actually have a vested interest in caring about you. Your federal government doesn't know you from anyone. There's 350 million people here. You're just a number. But your local government probably knows you. You can go to the meeting. You can talk to the people. You can actually credibly win that office. The globalists understand that. They don't want that. They want one government. Because when there's only one government, it's easier to control that one government. And there's no dissent. So yes, bankers and things like that. Now, countries like when we're looking at China versus the United States and things like that, yes, there are people within that system that are jockeying for position. Absolutely, that's true. But the globalists, the very definition of them is they don't care about the nation state. They don't care at all. Bill Gates and George Soros and Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer and President Xi, they don't care about China versus the United States. They don't care. They care about power for themselves and their ideology. And that transcends borders. You think that Mark Zuckerberg cares about the United States? You think that Jack Dorsey, who runs Twitter, cares about the United States? They don't care at all. They're multinational corporations. They transcend borders. And therefore, they don't like borders. Now, it gets complicated when you're talking about like Israel versus Iran and things like that. Yes, there are still people that are operating on that kinetic level below kind of the grand scheme of things. That, of course, that'll happen. Even within the globalist system, you still have battles between Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi. But when it comes to the big issues, they're on the same page. That's what it's about. If I could just generalize, I hope people don't mind me generalizing this. When it comes down, the reason that they hate words like populism, nationalism, they don't want you to have pride in your country. They don't want you to have pride as an individual. You can see it in everything they say. Remember when Obama said, you didn't build your business, the government built it. It takes a village. Remember that? Hillary Clinton's book. What made the United States the greatest country in the world was the focus on the individual. It was the first country that codified as clearly as possible into its foundational documents that you, the individual, and your personal freedom, liberty, and responsibility was what made this country great. And if you maximize people's personal freedom and you got government out of the way, that would inspire people and allow people to be the best they could be, which then, when you have everyone being the best they can be, makes for the better country. Rather than having a sort of collectivism which said, we will all work together, your individuality doesn't work. That system will not ever be as good as the system that's trying to maximize freedom. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't have social safety nets and things like that, but they should be severely limited. What these globalists and the communists are doing is anathema to the entire experiment of the United States. They're totally against individuality. And look, I don't often talk about like random people like me or random people like you, just average people that don't really have any institutional power. So when I'm criticizing, I'm usually talking about the people in positions of power. But let's be honest. This is something you see with a lot of self-claimed communists and socialists. And I debate an awful lot of them on Twitch. They have zero self-responsibility. Zero. None. You see it over and over again. That's why they don't mind being hypocrites. It's fine. And they also think that they're morally superior. So let me give you an example. I debated Vaush on this panel. Vaush is implying that I'm morally inferior to him because I don't care about the future of the planet because of climate change. Now, this is despite the fact that he doesn't know what my position is. My point in that debate was quite clear. If everyone on the left says there's a consensus about climate change, then tell me what it is. I agree there's a consensus that climate is changing. But that's basically where the consensus stops. Like, here's some questions I have on climate change. How catastrophic will the impacts be? How long will it take the impacts to occur? How fast will this accelerate that it will lead to the worst impacts? What is the probability that it leads to the worst impacts? What is the probability that we'll be able to stop these impacts from happening? What's the best chance we have for cutting emissions to be able to stop these impacts from happening? How many emissions would need to be cut and under which time frame in order to stop these catastrophic impacts? Scientists disagree on all of those questions wildly. From the very base question, how bad will it be? Some scientists say it'll be catastrophic, end of the world. Other very credible scientists say, no, actually, temperatures might go up in the next 100 years, a degree or so, and it'll be bad for some coastal cities, but it'll warm other spots that might improve their weather. It could be tough on wildlife, but it's manageable. So when they just say consensus, 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 what they do is they say there's a consensus, and then they try to browbeat you. And so you have to endorse every policy that I say is good. Oh, by the way, those policies always benefit my political side. And they act like, well, no, if I have questions about those policies, they say, oh, so you don't care about the planet. Hit questions about lockdown? Oh, you don't care about people dying of COVID. Of course not. Of course you could turn it on them. Oh, you favor the lockdown, so you don't care about people suffering economically. They'll be like, that's stupid. Of course I care. Exactly. So stop claiming you're morally superior. Anyways, I'm rambling a little, but the point is this. What ends up happening, like in that debate with Vaush, is he makes this claim that I somehow, because I'm questioning what is this consensus, like, real simple question. How much do we have to reduce emissions to stop the end of the world? You know what he says to me? As much as possible. That's not an answer. That's not a scientific answer. That's bullshit. That's someone who's just lying to you. That's someone that's saying, I'm just feeding you a load of crap so you'll agree with me politically. That's what that is. If there was a consensus, that number would be readily available. All the scientists agree. We need to reduce emissions by 20% in the next 20 years. That would be a consensus. But they don't have those numbers. And then eventually when they did find the numbers, they're like, we have to reduce emissions. This site says we need to reduce emissions by 20% from 2010 levels by 2030. I said, okay, well, according to the U.S. EPA, we're well on track to meet that. In fact, we're one of the only westernized countries that actually, despite pulling out of the Paris Climate Accord, actually met the goals that we would have had to achieve. So it seems that the status quo is meeting the number you say, and then, of course, they move the goalpost. We need to do more. Anyways, here's the point. So I'm apparently immoral for that position. And Vaush says, I would happily give up 95% of my wealth to the government if we passed the Green New Deal and we were solving climate change. And I said, what's stopping you? If you would happily do it, then do it. Well, but the government's not fighting. Well, that doesn't matter. The government's stopping climate change. Your big argument is that would save people's lives that are affected by climate change, right? Yeah. And according to you, climate change is devastating people's lives right now, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, then give up 95% of your wealth to help those people that have been negatively affected by climate change. Like literally your money right now could go for food and blankets. Go ahead, give up your money. You would happily do it. Well, no. He doesn't have any idea of personal responsibility. He thinks, and again, this is different than a strategic argument. If his argument would be, I don't think that would make a big impact in the grand scheme of things. That's one thing. But when he says, I'm moral and you're not because of my beliefs, and I would give my money up, then do it. Give it up. If your argument is, I'm willing to fight something, but only if the government forces me to, that doesn't make you a moral person. In fact, you're worse. You're immoral because you're fakely claiming the moral virtue of I'm a good person when you're not. You're not at all. I have this argument all the time with white privilege. I had people in my town, rural Pennsylvania, pretty poor area. Not many people have a lot of money around here. Lived here my whole life. A county called Clarion County, Pennsylvania. That's where I live. Pretty much my whole life I've lived here. I have people like associates of mine and stuff that I'll see on Facebook. Oh, Rob, I can't believe you made this video about white privilege. Oh, you're so terrible. Of course there's white privilege, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, you're white, right? Yep. So how much of your wealth do you think's ill-obtained because of your privilege? Oh, like, if I had to put a number, I'd say like 50% of what I have is just because I'm white, and it was stolen off the backs of people of color. Okay, give it to people of color. What? If you're saying 50% of your possessions are basically stolen from black people, give it to them. What's stopping you? In fact, I have black friends. I'll give you a list. Take your money to them. They'll happily accept your money. They'll say, thank you very much. I'll take that money. There you go. But no one wants to do that. They don't have personal responsibility. When you talk about their hypocrisy, like Bernie Sanders talks about carbon footprints. He owns 3 houses. He flies first class. He drives sports cars. Bernie Sanders' carbon footprint in 1 year is what mine will be in 10 years. How could he do that? If he was serious, wouldn't he be doing the sacrifices that he's asking other people to make? If they want to take away your guns, why do they have armed guards? If they want open borders for you, why are they in gated communities? And it's because the entire ideology is anathema to the foundation of this country, which is personal liberty and personal responsibility. They don't have any personal responsibility. To them, that's not morality. Morality is what you force other people to do. That's what they think. Oh, I'm different. I'm a good person, so I don't have to give my money to people of color. But the federal government should take away white people's money and give it to people. And if they did that, if they took other white people's money, then I would be willing to give my money up. Oh, the federal government should force people to pay for the Green New Deal. Force them to pay 50% of their money. That's the only moral thing. And if they did that, then I would also accept 50% of my money. So you're only willing to do what you consider moral under penalty of threat from the federal government. That's your argument? Yeah, you're not a moral person. Hey man, I'm a bank robber. I think that people that rob banks are immoral. I think it's terrible. And I'll tell you this much. If the federal government forces every bank robber to give their money back to the bank, then I'll give mine. But if they don't, I'm going to keep the money. That doesn't make you a good person. You're only not doing something because it's illegal. Oh, my entire life I refused to donate to help for climate change. I refused to donate to help people of color until the federal government forced me. But now look how much of a good person I am. Universal truth seekers exposing me. You have nude photos or something? I don't even see you saying anything in the chat. Well, don't expose me physically, for God's sakes. I don't think anyone wants to see that. Not even Mrs. Knorr. So, oh yeah, if you want to come on, it's late, it's midnight, I'm going to head to bed. But yeah, anytime I do a call-in show, I love people that disagree with me. Those are the best call-ins. So, most of the time people talk big and then they decide they don't want to come on for whatever reason. But I think I could show that I could disagree with people and be polite. There are people, like there's a difference. Like Tom would come on here and debate and he would say, I think you're wrong about this. I think you're wrong about that. But to me, if you're intellectually consistent and logically consistent, it doesn't matter if we disagree. And I'm here to tell you right now, I'm not someone who believes in some sort of elitism. Like I might know more about you on a certain topic. That doesn't mean I'm right. Some of the smartest people I know didn't graduate high school. You'll listen to smug, ivory tower elitists say Trump supporters are less educated than other people. Yeah, who are they taking their car to when it breaks down? Probably a Trump supporter. But they're so much smarter than them, right? Mm-hmm. So, some of the best political takes I've heard are from truck drivers and welders and people that rarely watch anything about politics. When you're outside of it, it gives you a more objective opinion, and oftentimes it's a much more salient point. Oh, I got donated bits with a question? I'm sorry, I'm not... Do you guys see what I see here as far as the chat? That's all I see. So if someone donates to me on Twitch or on DLive, I never see it. So I'll head over to Twitch. Whoever donated, just go ahead and shout out what your question was. I'll be happy to address it. Oh, here we go. So I gotta mute this. Yeah. So Aftershock, just let me know what the question is. What do I think about the prospect of trillionaire bankers who might keep their wealth hidden and have a lot of control over the media outlets? Maybe they own AP and Reuters. How would we even know what the richest people are if they don't want us to know? Well, that's a great question, right? Like, when the control of the flow of information is consolidated in the hands of so few, how do you know who's really controlling that? It's a great question. It's hard. Like, you do your best to research things, but then also understand the point that I just said. This is kind of a little off track of that question, but think of it like this. I was talking about how cultural Marxism sort of influenced academia for 30, 40 years, and now we're seeing the fruits of several generations that are coming into the workforce in all of these institutions that were indoctrinated in that way. Science would be one of those. Now, if I was to tell you 300,000 people died of COVID, how would you approve or disprove that? How would you even know who's controlling that narrative to tell you that? What if it was corporate interest? Sometimes the veil's slightly lifted and you could see. That's why the election of Trump was so powerful, because it lifted that veil. Now, beyond any shadow of a doubt, everyone can see how corrupt and biased the mainstream media is. Right? Is there any doubt in anyone's mind? You might be for it, like the person that was on chat here 2 days ago who lied and said most of the newspapers were actually, the local papers are conservative, so implying they'd be for Trump. So when I bring up the list showing 90% of them were for Biden, he says, of course they're for Biden. Trump's a monster. And that's the feeling of many people on the left, which is we don't care if the system's biased against Trump because Trump's terrible. But everybody acknowledges it's biased. Everybody can see that it's not news. It's just partisan garbage. Everybody that has any objectivity can see that. So that was what was good about Trump, because it is important to know who's controlling that narrative. And yes, it's true. People that have massive economic influence, like bankers or like the Soros of the world or Rothschilds or Bill Gates, they are heavily controlling our flow of information through the media, through social media, through entertainment. It's everywhere. The indoctrination's all around you. And how would we know? It's hard to find out who really controls it. So back to that question. How do we really know how many people died of COVID? We ain't there to count the corpses, so at some point we're taking someone's word for it. What if those people have a vested interest in either inflating or downplaying the numbers? And people will say, well, that's a conspiracy. Really? How many times have we had the coroner from Lycoming County on my radio show? At one point, because of him and a Facebook post, Pennsylvania was forced to redact the number of COVID deaths they had by about 10% at the time. Now, in the grand scheme of things, it was a small amount. It was something like 50, 70 deaths, something like that. But it was early in the reporting. The state came out and said, oh, this is how many people died of COVID this week. And the coroners were like, no, we didn't see that. And we're the ones who have to verify that. Oh, never mind. Mistake. We'll take those numbers off. What if there was a coroner in a big city that was like, hey, you mean our hospitals are getting more money? Our area gets more money? We get more CARES Act funding if more people died of COVID? Well, it helps my side politically. How would you know? So, all right, guys, a little after midnight, I should head out. Whoever donated, thank you. It was probably you, Neanderthal. Thank you so much. If you donated on DLive, let me make a final pitch. And let me check something real quick. Please consider, there's a lot of people watching on Twitch. Thank you so much. Please consider if you're on YouTube, watch me on DLive or watch me on Twitch. Twitch is also corporate owned, I get it, but YouTube has basically announced that they will be booting people off that do things like question the election. If you watch this whole episode today, I talked about like there are certainly anomalies. I feel that the election was stolen, but I try to be fair-minded. I think anyone who could watch my show say, I've pointed out when I see things that people claim were election fraud that I've personally researched, and I was like, actually, I don't see it that way, right? Now, I'm with you. I think there was election fraud, but by no means, I've never advocated political violence. I'm against it. I haven't argued any sort of bigotry or anything like that. And still YouTube's saying, if you challenge COVID, if you challenge the election, we're going to boot you off. So just so you know, if you're watching on YouTube, I'll link my Twitch and YouTube here. If you're watching on YouTube, I just want you to know, you will wake up one day and I will no longer be on YouTube. So, and it's not just me. Most of your conservative or even liberal commentators that that you're watching that are against the mainstream narrative. So I'll link all of my stuff here real quick. So here's my YouTube, which I'm asking you not to be on. But here's the link for it if you want. YouTube's the only place where you could watch my videos that weren't live stream until I figure out a platform where I could do that better. And someday I'll have mods that will actually be able to post these links. Yeah, you have me on DLive. Thanks. Yeah, here's the DLive link. And then this should be the Twitch link. And it's either Normal America or Normal America with Rob Knorr on basically every platform. Man, if you want to do a call-in, if you could keep it to under 5 minutes, I could do it. Here's how you call in. I'll post the link to DLive or to Discord. But you got to keep it short. Not that I'm trying to... I do other call-in shows, so I'm not trying to cut you off. It's just I got to get to bed. I really do. So click on that link, Sacco Ship. I think a clever name. Yeah, that's the Twitch one, Rational. Just click on that link and then go to voice channel. If you could keep it real quick, so we'll wait and see if he comes on here. But yeah. But yeah, so if you like me, consider not following on YouTube. And then, Twitch is a good place. DLive's a good place. Maybe recommend me to someone else. I'd really appreciate it. Yeah, I thought it was a good name too. Once I spelled it out, I was like, okay. So, Sacco, if you go, click on that link, and then you'll see it says voice channel. Click where it says general. And you'll see my little name there, and then I can talk to you for a second. See, I always do this. This was supposed to be an hour stream. I'm at 3 hours, and now I'm still dragging it out. I always do it. Ugh. But at least when I do content, it's lengthy. Even maybe not flashy, maybe not good, but lengthy. I got that. America, yeah. Mm-hmm. I have a feeling this isn't going to happen. It's just a guess. Is it this person? How do I call in? All right, I'm trying to type out how to do that. Hopefully it's someone that's going to just yell at me and disagree with me. I know I'm always like a snowball rolling downhill. But yeah, let's see. A couple more minutes, bud, then I got to go. I can't wait for you all night, so... I do apologize. Not trying to be a jerk. I am trying to respect that you're trying to call in, but if it's this person, it says, boom, boom, Black Lives Matter, all cops are bastard, anti-conservative. Sounds like an intellectual juggernaut. The person that messaged me on Discord, how do I call in? So, a couple more minutes, man, and then I gotta go. I can't sit here waiting for you all night. But anything else? Anyone got a specific question before I go? So yeah, consider following me on one of those platforms and recommend me to some other people. So yeah, sounds like one of my favorite jokes. Norm Macdonald does this joke all the time, where he'll just take like a heinous figure. Like he'll be like, yeah, you know who Albert Fish is? He tortured young black boys. The reason he chose black boys was because back in the day, they could take them without the authorities looking for them, and he tortured them, and he sexually abused them, and he did all this stuff. Boy, this Albert Fish guy, he sounds like a real jerk. Norm uses that joke all the time. Like, he's just the most heinous person you could imagine. Sounds like a real jerk. So apparently the all cops are bastard guy can't figure out how to call on. Who would have thought? It seems like such an intelligent position. Surely clicking on a link. Yeah, my 24-hour live stream is only slightly larger. Yeah, if you get bored, you go back to the day before the election. Yeah, Democrat. Yeah, I'll be happy to handle taboo topics. Do I fart? Frequently. Someone just joined the Discord. Good deal. All right, man. If that's you, go ahead and click. I only got time for one call, though. So we'll see. If you just joined, Puck, if you just joined the Discord, you see on the left there where it says text channels, then it says voice channel, and it says general. Click on that, and then everyone will be able to hear you. Well, thank you. You love me, but you disagree in so much. It's insane. That's fair, man. I don't know if loving me is fair, but I don't mind people that disagree. I love disagreeing. That's fine. I don't like people that I think are arguing in bad faith. So that's, I know I talk a lot about hypocrisy. All right, yeah, cool, you're joining. I know I talk a lot about hypocrisy, but that's because I have plenty of friends that are literally Democrat Socialist of America members who disagree with me on everything politically, but they're logically consistent. All right. Boom, boom. You're muted, but it's not from me. There, go ahead, man. There you are. What's up? Nope.
I watch your streams a little too much, but content.
Yeah, talking to the mic just a little clear. You're fading out just at the end. Sorry.
Oh, I'm fading out the end? Can you
Yeah,
hear me
now you're good. You're good now, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was just trying to say, like, I disagree with you on a lot, but, I really like the videos. Not really the videos, but the streams. I really like them.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I totally appreciate it. I really do. And I am in good faith. I know sometimes I fly off the handle with people that disagree when I think I have reason to, but sometimes I'm wrong to do so, I think. But I am actively trying to reach out to people that disagree with me because I think it's good for me to hear from people that disagree with me to make sure that I'm not in some sort of bubble. And so, that's why a lot of people that agree with me get mad because they're like, how come you never respond to me in the chat? Well, if you're just agreeing with me, it's probably a less interesting show than someone who's disagreeing with me. But is there anything specific real quick you wanted to talk about that maybe you disagree with me on?
Yeah, I don't remember what stream this was in, but like it was something about like CDC and like white privilege and whatnot. And you kind of mentioned data of how the CDC was distributing vaccines to kind of make the claim that it was about like white privilege and whatnot. And when looking at the data, it was kind of misinterpreted. For example, you misinterpreted the data when it said that like if elderly people were to be vaccinated first, you interpreted it as when they added the increase in percents of lives saved, you thought, well, this is, or you said, I should say, that that these are so and so lives that could have been saved if we distributed it to the older population, which I believe is majority white. But that's not the case. It actually said, it would say that it's actually said that more lives, or 1 or 2% more lives would be saved by giving it to essential workers and high risk adults instead of elderly people. I would say that that's a good distribution practice because I don't think elderly people go out party or go out or work frequently and expose themselves to the virus. It's usually the young people who have to, who typically pass it on. Say I'm like an old person at like a nursing home. A young person coming to work there, I might make contact with the doorknob he touched. I touch it, I touch my face, and whatever happens. Same thing with even like whatever you get delivered to your home, or whatever contact thing that happens to you. I would say that like to kind of make that assumption is kind of like not really. I'm not saying you're being dishonest, but it's kind of just not really reading the article as a whole.
Okay. You're 100% wrong about what the CDC says as far as saving the lives. So if you're watching the stream, I've pulled up the CDC chart here. So here we go. Population-wide averted deaths, infection blocking vaccine. Initially vaccinating age 65 older in phase 1B averts approximately 0.5% to 2% more deaths. In other words, if we would initially vaccinate people above the age of 65, it would avert 0.5% to a 2% death. That's if it's an infection blocking vaccine. If it's a disease blocking vaccine, it says initially vaccinating age 65 higher in phase 1B averts approximately 2 to 6.5% more deaths. Do you disagree that that's what those charts are saying?
Do you scroll up?
Yeah.
To the first one?
Yeah, this one? Or the one above it?
Initially vaccinating 65 or initially vaccinating 65 or more in phase this would, okay, I would say that that's averted by vaccination.
Right. So you can see the little chart there. You see the green? That's age 65 higher. The red is high-risk adults. And the blue group's the group you're talking about, essential workers. It is literally claiming 2% more people will die if we give it to essential workers before age 65. That's if it's this criteria, the infection-blocking vaccine. By the way, if you like, I could put the link to this in the video so you could look at the link yourself to make sure that But that's the link there from the official CDC document. Now, if it's an infection-blocking vaccine, or I'm sorry, a disease-blocking vaccine, it averts 2 to 6.5%. You can see it in the chart here. Even as incidents fall, it still says vaccinating the age 65 would still solve 2%. So what can you explain to me why the CDC would make some sort of recommendation in how to distribute vaccines that they themselves are admitting could lead to 6% more deaths?
Because I would say transmission rate. I would like to apologize for that beforehand.
That's fine. That's an honest mistake, no problem. So we are in agreement that the CDC is making an argument to proceed with the vaccine in a way that will cause more people to die. We're agreeing there. You're just saying that there's a justification for it. Well, not potentially. That's their numbers. But everything's potentially, right? Like their own data says up to 6% more people will die based on the recommendations that we're giving on how to distribute the vaccine. It's not as if they're saying, well, some study, they're literally saying these are our numbers and here is our recommendation. Now, you say that it lowers transmission rate. Why does that matter, right? That we should be concerned with the transmission insofar as the people that are gravely affected by the disease. And I know you believe that as well, and I'll tell you how. The transmission rate and the amount of people that get infected with the common cold virus is far higher than COVID-19. But we don't care because those people aren't suffering catastrophic consequences. Instead, we care about COVID because people are dying and people are suffering severe effects. So those are the people we need to protect. Why would we protect? So for example, put it this way. Let's say there are 10,000 people that are these essential workers between the ages of 25 and 35. And then there are 10,000 people over the age of 65. If you could prevent, by giving it to the 25 to 35 people, if you could lower the transmission rate 50% versus giving it to the elderly population, you would say, yeah, that's a good thing. But if only 10 people out of those 25 to 35 would die, but 1,000 people in that over 65 age population will die, that 50% reduction would still mean an extra 490 people would die based on stopping the spread amongst 25 to 35-year-olds. We don't need to stop the spread of the disease. What we need to do is stop the spread to the vulnerable. If a bunch of young people that have a 99.975% chance of surviving get the disease, only a handful will be significantly impacted. But we should be looking at this like a doctor would look at a triage situation. How do we save the most lives? And the CDC says, we don't care about that because of skin color. That's outrageous. And I could go to that part if you like. They actually highlight skin color as the reason. So here you can see when it comes to assessing science, they give all of them 3 stars or 3 pluses, whatever. Implementation, I'm not going to go through it, but this is just how easy it would be to get each of these populations. And basically, if you read this, it says implementation-wise, as you can see, again, the older population wins that. The values of the target group, because more old people say they'd take the vaccine, and it's easier to get old people the vaccine than it would be a lot of these other workers. So far, it would save more lives, and the vaccine would be easily accessible to the elderly. So there's no reason given under these first 2 criteria whatsoever that wouldn't be give it to the elderly. It's the third reason, ethics. Mitigate health inequities. Racial and ethnic minority groups disproportionately represented in many essential industries. 1/4 of essential workers live in low-income families. Now let's go over here to the over 65. Highest incident and mortality in congregate living. The negative. Racial and ethnic minority groups underrepresented among adults. It's literally highlighted red. And so when we look at ethics, look at this. 1 star. And so essential workers beat out the elderly population because they got, ethically, we should give it to these people because there's people of color, whereas only 1 star here for giving it to the old white people. Why should race even factor in? Our CDC should be making one decision. How can we save the most lives? Why would people's skin color even factor into this? Yet they highlight it and say that that ethical consideration is the sole reason that they're going with, or the major reason that they're going with giving it to the younger population, because it would go The people that would die would be more white in the elderly population, so that's okay.
Well, I would say, well, I'm not really like. Let me pull it up because
Sure.
Let me see. So I want to make sure of something because when you mention like populations, there has to be like some sort of like you have to mention like a norm of these populations. That when they mention that, in regards to like 1/4 of the essential workers being in like minority communities, which I assume to just be like black communities, I guess.
Uh-huh.
I guess they were targeting those areas instead targeting the areas of like essential workers who have sort of who have been on the front lines and one could argue deserve the vaccination to avoid being out of action, one could say, of helping people, whether it's just in the hospital or
No. Let me correct you real quick. Notice that this is talking about giving the vaccine in phase 1B. 1A are the first people to get the vaccine. That's literally healthcare workers. No one's arguing against that. If you're a doctor, if you're a nurse, you should get the vaccine first. So the discussion is, so let me bring it up, and I'll show you here. See, it says select groups for COVID vaccine allocation in phase 1A, 1B, and 1C. And phase 1, or there it's going through. I'm sorry. Phase 1, healthcare personnel. They are phase 1A. So then the question is, who gets it second? Right? That's literally what the discussion is. But so the group you're talking about, like saying, well, look, doctors and nurses, they're literally dealing with infected people. They're putting their lives at risk. They should have first access to the vaccine. No one's disagreeing with that. Yeah, that clearly makes sense. When you look at the groups that 1B is talking about, you could look at how they label it. The, quote, non-healthcare essential workers. And I think that the list here. Examples, essential workers, non-healthcare. Do you see that? It says food and agriculture, food service, so people that work at restaurants, transportation, Uber driver, education, a teacher, energy, you're an oil worker, police, firefighters, manufacturing, you work in a factory, IT and communication, water and wastewater. And when you further look into these, groups that meet these guidelines include actors, it includes people that work on set in Hollywood production films. So, I mean, we're not talking about, oh, doctors should get the vaccine before old people. We're saying, should the person at McDonald's get the vaccine, who's 25 and completely healthy and almost no risk to die, get the vaccine before the elderly person that's severely at risk to die? And the criteria for why we're preferring the 25-year-old is he's more likely to be black. That's insane.
Okay, so I think via like listening and something I know about like government institutions and whatnot, I would say that the conclusion I come to here, which I'm not trying to end the conversation completely, but the conclusion I would say is I wouldn't pin it on race, but more of socioeconomic benefit. Because when you look at this, I mean, mainly what they target is a base of people who are willing to work. I would say that, especially when targeting youths, which I looked at the chart, increases infection rate, increases death rate among the elderly. I would say that it wouldn't really matter much if, I mean, it does matter for elderly people to die, but to the CDC or to any sort of institution that relies on the economy, I would say that it relies on young people who are willing to work and provide these sort of like tax benefits. Once you are able to, or once you vaccinate these sort of populations, they're now further incentivized to work and now further incentivized to circulate money into an economy. But I wouldn't say that it's anything to do with race, because when looking at the document here and when sort of like seeing these sort of like, well, let me go to the ethics side just so I don't like misrepresent anything. I would say that because these like, and by the way, essential workers, they typically say low income families, but what they actually say and like mitigate health inequities, it would simply just say that racial and ethnic minority groups, they said that they would give them these sort of things, or vaccines I should say, simply because they're disproportionately represented in these essential industries. So they're saying that ethics wise, well, these groups should get it first because of the disproportionate representation they get in these industries, then we can make the ethical argument saying that should groups who are known to be essential workers that help society, should they receive support first? In that case, I would argue that sure, but even still, I would say that it's not really like race is involved, of course, but it's not like you're black or this. It's more of a population that's represented, and ethics wise, they're arguing that this should happen.
That's not okay. So let me cut you off here. The fact that race is even mentioned disproves your argument, right? Because if it was just, hey, we just want workers to be out there working, that's fine. Why would you include it as a positive that includes more people of a certain skin color? That proves that skin color factored in. Even if your argument's true and that factored in that, like, well, they just wanted people that are essential to the economy to be able to work, they definitely and specifically included skin color and did not need to. And they said it was a positive that more people of color were in the lower age group, and it was a negative that more white people were in the elderly group. Let's say that I concede all of your arguments are true, which I'm not necessarily doing, but let's say I concede that. What if I made the same argument and said this? Hey, we're the CDC, so we're trying to figure out who the second group to get this should be. And we're looking at between non-healthcare essential workers and the elderly. And so we think if we give it to non-healthcare essential workers, it'll help the economy. Those people are at risk to get the transmission. Even if they're not at risk to die, they're at risk to get the disease. And so we're preferring that, even though we know that more people will die because of that decision. Oh, and also another one of our considerations is if we save those lives with the elderly, that's disproportionately black people. Whereas the people working that we'd give the vaccine to are disproportionately white. So we think that's a good thing. Would you say, perfectly reasonable? You would say, wait, what? We just had a federal government agency that's supposed to be the premier pandemic response in the country literally just say it factored into their calculus that they wanted to save more white people than black people? Holy shit. That is a form of ethnic cleansing. How could they say this? But when we reverse the races and we say, well, actually, it's a detriment to the elderly population that they're disproportionately white, no one bats an eye. They're like, well, but they're also talking about, keeping the economy running. But no, it's heinous that they even made the argument. Oh, by the way, those old people are disproportionately white, so that's a negative. Why is that a negative? What's the negative about being disproportionately white? It's because there's something inherent. We understand that. We've come so far with this critical race theory stuff that we understand. Tom, that's not a bad argument, by the way. But then the other point that I want to make, the concerns of economics, that doesn't fly either. Because if that was the concern, then the CDC would have never been promoting lockdowns. And they would be calling out. They would say, look, the chance of these people dying are incredibly low. More, for example, school-age populations. In fact, the director of the CDC eventually did come out and say this. For people under the age of 18, the lockdowns have killed more people than COVID. Locking down schools has killed more under 18-year-olds than COVID has. Right? So the CDC said that. The same is probably true when it comes to lockdowns and actually. So in other words, if your argument's true, well, they're concerned about the economy still running, then why are these organizations not actively speaking out against lockdowns? It seems strange that they're mentioning race. They highlight it. That's the one section they highlight red when they're talking about, old people are disproportionately white. They actually highlighted a different color. But we have to jump through all these hoops to go, for the first time, the CDC's now suggesting that the actors and the manufacturers and the food workers get the vaccine so those industries could keep up and running, even though that'll mean more people die in the long run. I mean, we could jump through hoops. You could do this, but I guarantee you would not be jumping through these hoops if the races were on the other foot. If the CDC said, we want to give the vaccine to the group that's disproportionately white, I guarantee that you would not be like, well, hey, there could be a reasonable explanation for that. You would say, that sounds like racism, is what it sounds like.
Well, no. I would definitely, if the like shoe was on the other foot, I would definitely look at the same metric of which to determine this. Actually, when discussing the ethics of this, they make sure to like give a reasoning for it.
Okay, then let's test this. Let's test this out. I don't have it in front of me, but did you know when it comes to people, not healthcare workers, but when it comes to manufacturers that manufacture PPE and other medication, that the workforce is like 89% white? Right. Okay. So 89% of people that, not the healthcare workers, but that make the devices that make healthcare workers' lives, right, or to make the PPE, to make the healthcare workers safe, they're white, disproportionately white, right? So you're telling me that if it was the other way around and they're disproportionate, or because they're disproportionately white, you would be okay with saying, hey, it's a critical industry. Those people should get the vaccine second because they're creating PPE. And I'm okay with the CDC saying, oh, plus they're whiter than the other population. That factored in because they're white people. You'd be okay with it.
Well, here's the thing. The reason why healthcare workers are getting priority is mainly because of, well, they're healthcare workers. They work on the ground.
Right. This is a different group than that, though. This is a group that's somewhere in between healthcare workers and people that work at restaurants.
Discussing the ethics. But if we're discussing the ethics of what's more important and who deserves like priority in the vaccine, I would make the claim that like even though there's manufacturers who who create these things that allow healthcare workers to be functional, I would say that of course like giving of course like a healthcare worker operating or doing what they're doing is important, but I would say that like that even though they require the labor of someone else, that labor can be I would say that you would be okay. So I would say that it's easier for you to sort of regulate and it's easy for you to sort of regulate and be safe in a sort of manufacturing environment in which you're operating machines that would in theory help build supplies that be needed than it would for you to literally be on the ground and deal with the virus.
Right. No one's I agree. I totally agree. What we're saying is your argument is basically this. I'm okay with the fact they brought up race because I think that they're correctly isolating.
Well,
no. Okay.
Because your analogy isn't really accurate in that sort of sense.
Let's take out this industry. Well, let's say that they said healthcare workers should get the vaccine first because two reasons. One, because they're literally dealing with people with COVID and therefore they're likely to get the disease more likely and they're necessary to prevent the worst impacts from the disease. And second, because they're disproportionately white and it would be a good thing to get more white people the vaccine. You'd be okay with it.
Because that's not what they actually said at all. Because they simply mentioned that because they disproportionately are disproportionately represented in these sort of essential industries, they make the ethics claim that well, if they are disproportionately represented in these some sort of in these work environments in these industries, shouldn't they be able to receive the virus first?
That's not what does race have to do with that? What does race have to you're deflecting from the entire crux of the argument. If they would have just said, well, they're in important industries, therefore they should get the vaccine first, then we're not having this argument. They said they're in important industries, therefore they should get the vaccine. What? How does
mention this?
You were deflecting. Yeah, why did they mention race? Why did they mention race?
They mentioned race because when identifying populations that are disproportionately represented, you would have
disproportionately
to
represented in what? Disproportionately represented in what?
Disproportionately represented in these essential industries. Now, if I were to continue,
but they're not.
I would say that when identifying a population and their contribution, you would look at things like why are they there, and they mention low-income families, and they mention even the races among them. And if there's like a large percentage of people with a similar race and a similar socioeconomic background, they would mention that, saying, well, these sort of people, these people in these populations are doing this. That's why race is mentioned.
No, it's not. I don't even understand what your point is at all. Why would that be necessary to mention? Like that it's a factor that has nothing to do.
Similarity.
No, it has nothing to do with that. Population. Okay, so any similarity they would mention. Why didn't they mention weight? Or how about hair color? Why didn't they mention hair color? Or is there more people with blonde hair? Or how about that? There's more people with dark hair that work Why? That's a population of people with dark hair. Why didn't they mention it? It's groups of people. We're talking about groups. They have to mention the things that are similar in these groups. Why didn't they mention weight or height or hair color or eye color? Why didn't they mention any of those things? Religion? Why didn't they mention religion? Oh, it turns out more Christians work in this group. Only race. That was the only factor that they needed to put in. This makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. The answer you gave, I mean, it's impressive that you're trying to argue the point, but the answer you gave, I'm sorry, is just a mash of words that mean nothing. Like, you're saying, well, they needed to talk about this because if a group is more represented as a race in that group, then it's worth mentioning that group's more that. It is irrelevant to the conversation. If the argument is this group is benefiting, or this group should be given the vaccine because it is benefit to the society, no problem there. But if part of that is, and it's also a plus that they happen to have more people of color, that's bullshit. The color should have nothing to do with it. And literally, the part you're conveniently leaving out is, if that's the only thing they were doing, well, they were just labeling because collectively it just turns out they just wanted to talk about that group. Then explain to me this sentence that's highlighted as a negative. Racial and ethnic minority groups underrepresented among adults under 65. Why is that a negative?
I would respond to why that's a negative.
Sure.
Is probably because that racial and ethnic minority groups who are disproportionately represented in these essential industries, these sort of people who are underrepresented, I guess I would probably say that because these sort of groups that typically work in essential industries, I guess it would be a negative in the sense that because people who are typically driven into these essential industries are ethnic minorities. If we do not, because there is a group, or the age 65 or older group, aren't ethnic minorities who would work in these low income, who would work in these essential industries, I guess it is a sort of minus. I don't really know what minus is in this context. Is it like it's bad that there's underrepresentation in the older population?
Yes, what it's saying is so we've already gone through that. You've admitted that you were wrong, that the CDC is admitting more people will die because of this policy. And then when they only give, let's again,
like transmission rate. Like,
what does transmission rate have to do with people dying? Again, so you're more concerned with the common cold than COVID because the transmission rate's higher than COVID, right?
No, because the common cold won't leave long-term lung damage to you.
Right, so we should be concerned with people that are suffering the most severe consequences of COVID. The elderly. Exactly. You intuitively know that. We all know that. Right, so we all know that. So the CDC's admitting the people that suffer the most severe consequences.
On points.
Okay, elaborate.
I can't elaborate on points because I feel like this is a narrative painted by myself because I'm not able to elaborate and give nuance to any situation.
Okay, go ahead and elaborate.
So first off, the initial claim that I made in regards to like why they wouldn't, or about transmission rate, I would say that transmission rate is important when sort of mitigating risk in the economy, mainly because there has been evidence to show that like giving it to adults and giving it to adults in high risk essential workers could end up lowering transmission rate, but not really touching death rate as much. As in regards to like the CDC study and comparing high risk adults to comparing high-risk adults and essential workers, I would just make the claim that, well, when mitigating risk in the economy, I would say, why not deal with transmission rate instead?
So you're against the lockdowns, right? You're against the lockdowns?
I'm against lockdowns.
Right.
They're horrible, and they don't really flatten the curve.
That's true. Even though the CDC supported lockdowns that were designed to hamper the economy, but your argument is that they should endorse this policy of giving vaccines because it will slightly help the economy, even though they endorsed the lockdowns that were far more detrimental to the economy than the vaccine will be positive to the economy. And the reason they should do that is because it will lead to more people dying, but that's okay. That's acceptable in this instance. Like, I'm sorry, you're jumping through a bunch of hoops. Like, again, let's not pretend your initial claim was that I was wrong when I said the CDC said that more people would die. I was right. So I was right about that. So your argument that, well, no, actually I was making this nuanced argument about transmission rates. That is not what your original argument was. Secondly, when we're talking about transmission rates specifically, again, the transmission is irrelevant if the people getting the illness aren't suffering severe consequences of it. So why would you intentionally, let me put it this way. Let's say that like the CDC, and by the way, never mind, I won't say that. Let's say like the CDC, I somehow, for some reason, put more of a priority on vaccinating people of color first, for whatever reason. Their own policy, because the people that they're vaccinating aren't at risk really to die from this disease, younger workers, they're not really at risk at all. Because they're vaccinating that population in the name of getting people of color the vaccine more black people will die. Because this might blow your mind. There are elderly black people. So if an elderly person has a 6% chance of dying, but a person between 25 to 50 has a 0.05% chance of dying, if you vaccinate 3 times as many of those young people, you're still not going to save as many black people as if you vaccinated the elderly population. So the idea of reducing transmission rates is irrelevant if the elderly population, for example, if you could do one or the other, if you could reduce transmission rates 75%, or you could ensure that no one would die of COVID, which one would you take?
In the CDC's case, when it's not really advocating, but giving an explanation and kind of reverting it from just racial differences as to why they do it, I would say if I was the CDC and I relied on and I relied on funding to help my quality of life and help the workers around me and help boost the sort of government institution, I would say I'd want to reduce transmission rate against amongst young people. But I mean,
so you would literally favor reducing the transmission rate, knowing that people will die, rather than the disease transmits but no one will die.
Before I give my answer, I would say no. I don't really want elderly people to die. I mean, they have their value of life is pretty consistent. It doesn't really matter what age you are or what race you are. But when sort of like giving an explanation of like what's about the CDC's options, you mentioned like it's like racial, ethnic cleansing or whatnot. But I would say, I think I don't know if that's a hyperbole. I don't want to like misrepresent your point.
No, I think it is. It is racism for sure. And it could be argued that it's ethnic cleansing. Intentionally advocating for medical, intentionally advocating for medicines to be distributed based on race that will cause more death, but you're okay with because the people that will die are a certain skin color, is a low-level form of ethnic cleansing. Yes, it's certainly racism. There is no justifiable answer. And I do have to get going. But I do want to give you a chance to respond to what I'm about to say, because it's not going to be flattering with you, to you necessarily. I think that you sound like someone who's an intelligent person. One of the telltale signs of someone that's trying to bullshit you is they keep repeating the question and keep repeating things that don't really have anything to do with the answer. And you're doing that with every time you answer. If you ask me a question, I'll be able to give you a definitive answer immediately, even if it's wrong. So if you said, Rob, would you rather lower the transmission 90% or stop all COVID deaths? I'd be like, yeah, stop all COVID deaths. I would answer immediately. I wouldn't say, if the question is reducing transmission rates 90% from the CDC, and I'm an organization tasked with the ability to transmission rates to lower, and I want to see those lower with the younger age population, I would consider lowering with the population, the younger the transmission rate. And then I'm like, that's a lot of words that didn't really say anything. Like my buddy Tom, who's a leftist on here, says, it's like, one sentence answer. Yeah, you stop the deaths. That's it. You could say, you stop the deaths. I don't think this analogy applies. You could say that, but it seems evident to me. I think that you're more concerned with winning an argument than admitting the truth. That's how it's coming off to me. The CDC clearly used race as a factor. It clearly gave 1 star to the group that it claimed in bold highlighted red, oh, it's disproportionately white. And it gave 3 stars under ethics to the group that it said is disproportionately people of color. They are clearly using race as a major factor in determining. Their conclusion clearly, whether it was solely or partially, made the decision because of the skin color of people. It influenced their decision to proceed with a policy that would lead to more deaths. That is unforgivable. You could say, but wait, maybe they were prioritizing the job over, then they wouldn't have talked about the race. There is no reason to mention the race. Why is it, and you can't give me a straight answer. Why is it detrimental on only 1 star because elderly people are disproportionately white, but 3 stars because people of color are disproportionately essential workers? Why do we put priority? Why is it 3 stars for one skin color, 1 star for another?
Okay, so I want to like give an actual answer, and I don't mean to be rude, but like
No,
I kind of have been cut off a little bit. But if I were to give a full answer, and I really do want to give a full answer here. First off, I want to make this clear that yes, I did concede the point at the beginning that yes, what the CDC is doing is pretty wrong. But in regard to the initial claim you made about it being a white, not I don't want to say that's a word, but it's some sort of ethnic cleansing, I would say that I would disagree. And because I believe that race was a factor, but not in the way that you're saying, and not with the connotation you're giving it. Because in regards to the ethics of giving it to people who are disproportionately represented in these areas, I would make the claim that if a race of people, or like, well, first I want to address the height and the weight sort of thing, but if an unchangeable fact about someone, whether it's their race, their gender, or the race, their gender, you would probably take a look at these things and take a consensus of what of the types of people that are working in these areas.
Why doesn't it say gender?
It doesn't say gender. I mean, like, we can literally look at, like, I mean, I think gender is pretty even actually in these groups.
I don't think that you have that data. I think you're just making that up. You literally said you would expect them to talk about race and gender. They don't talk about gender here. Why?
I mean, they don't talk about gender here. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think gender would really matter. I mean, if there was like a bunch of men in it.
Wait. Why wouldn't it matter?
I mean, why wouldn't it matter? I mean, why would gender matter?
Right. Well, let's say this. Let's just say hypothetically that the elderly population was 80% women. People over age of 65. I know that's not that. Let's say 70% women. And that could be true because women tend to live longer than men. So you don't think that matters, that population's 70% women?
Yeah, I guess that population matters.
Then why didn't they include the percentage of gender, men and women?
Because actually it's pretty equal, because women make up 43%. Factoring in industry makes a facts. Let me provide this citation. I want to make sure that, you know, it is something that you can trust. But before making the claim, I'll just answer.
No, I'll take you at face value. That disproves your point. If women are 43% of this workforce, I'm guessing they're far over 50% of the elderly. Wouldn't that be something worth mentioning? It's not like 49%. That's like a difference of about 20%. Sure. You don't think that's the disparity's worth mentioning?
I believe those are disparities worth mentioning, but in that regard, I would probably make the claim that, like, before I really just need to get the citation, because I don't want to be wrong on this, but...
Let's go back to when you said, why would it matter? What's it matter if there's a... Why did you say that?
I mean, if there's like a, alright, genders, I would say that before I make the claim, I'd still have to make the citation, but off the top of my head, I would say that there is not a large sort of misrepresentation of essential workers between men and women. They mention a 1/4 difference in minorities who make up the essential workforce. These are not huge disproportionate factors. They are just simply just sort of like taking race and saying, well, because they disproportionately benefit, or not benefit, but benefit us, I would say, or America as a whole, from being essential workers, they should receive the vaccine first. And because the group, or the...
But why would you say that? That would make sense. Listen, this is how your argument would make sense, okay? I think I'm finally getting it. If we said, which race of people should we give the vaccine to? And one of the arguments were, well, when it comes to essential workers, people of color disproportionately are represented. Therefore, we should give it to people of color first. That would make sense. But that's not the question. The question is, which category of people should we give it to? Workers or the elderly? And the argument you're making, the workforce benefits society more. Okay, that's an argument. Race is irrelevant to that. It's irrelevant. There is no criteria whatsoever why race. And here's the truth. Let's stop beating around the damn bush. You know as well as I do that the reason that the CDC said that is because academic circles and because the institutions benefit people of color. That's why. Because they think that people of color if we save more people of color, that's inherently a good thing. That's what they think. That's why it's inherently detrimental if we're saving more lives, but they're disproportionately white. That's the damn truth. And we could jump through all these hoops and say, but wait a minute, there could theoretically, hypothetically be, there is no reason to factor in race. If your argument is we should be giving the vaccine to people that are benefiting society more, great, agree. Well, I don't necessarily agree, but great, that's an argument. I can see that argument. What the hell does race have to do with it? Just like what the hell does gender have to do with it? That's why you said, why does gender matter? Who gives a shit if the workers are 60% men? Can you imagine? Do you think feminists would have been great with that argument? Let's say there was a pandemic in the 60s and the workforce is disproportionately men. And so the CDC says we should give the vaccine to these workers. Oh, and plus it's an added benefit that more men will get it then. Well, men benefit society more. Do you think that the left would have been fine with that? They would have said, oh yeah, fair enough. Just like when you didn't answer the question. When I said if we say that the majority of healthcare workers that are getting this first are white, and that's a good thing. If they said, yeah, we should give it to healthcare workers first because they're helping save us from COVID and they're most at risk. Oh, and they're white, and that's good. They're disproportionately white, which is good. Would you be okay with that? That's a simple question. Oh, did I lose you maybe? Oh, I think you muted yourself. There you go.
My bad.
No problem. So I mean, it's a simple question. Would you be okay if the CDC said healthcare workers should get it first, they keep us alive, oh, and they're disproportionately white, which is a good thing. And elderly people are more black and more people of color, so that's a bad thing. You'd be okay with that?
No.
Why wouldn't you?
Because in the argument, you completely agree with sort of the statement, because I'm sure we can come to a general consensus that deaths are probably not good, especially regarding this virus. Deaths that could be avoided just by changing vaccine plans. But one could make the argument that when you said that, yes, because they are disproportionately represented, of course they should receive the virus first. And if it happens to be minority groups, sure. What they're advocating for is not just giving it to only black people, they're making the ethics of it. The ethics of it in that context is that, well, while giving it to essential workers and high-risk adults, you would be effectively giving it to racial minority groups who benefit society more. They're not saying because...
That's not what they're saying. It's redundancy. We should give it to workers because they benefit society more. Also, we should give it to black people because they benefit society more. Why do black people benefit society more? Well, because they're workers. So you literally just repeated yourself. You would never bring in race. You would just say workers benefit society more. They should get the vaccine. You wouldn't then throw in a bunch of arbitrary factors like, oh, and they happen to be more black, or they happen to be more women, or they happen to be more tall people, or they happen to be more young people. You wouldn't bring those factors up. For example, you wouldn't say this. We should give it to essential workers because they're disproportionately young people and young people benefit society more. You wouldn't say that. You would say, no, you're just saying the workers benefit society, so we should give it to the workers. You wouldn't mention the race. And again, the fact that you're like, no, I wouldn't be okay if it was white people. Again, what if they said this? White people disproportionately represent essential industries. Racial and ethnic minority groups overrepresent among age 65. So in other words, it's a negative that racial and ethnic minority groups are the majority of people over 65, but it's a benefit that white people are the majority of workers. You'd be okay if they said that.
I mean, you're just sort of like, yes, I would be.
You would be okay. So, okay. I don't agree with you. I think you're being dishonest. I'll be totally honest. And even if you're not, the overwhelming majority of the left would be outraged. I guess you're one unique person that would be okay saying, hey, white people are more beneficial to society. We think it's a plus when we benefit white people with life-saving medications. But that is exactly the context. That is exactly the context. Yes.
Because even when even when explaining the ethics behind it, it really does make the claim that yes, these people, they're giving it to essential workers, or just giving it to essential workers, you would indirectly give it to racial minority groups. And when
let's reverse it. You're indirectly giving it more to white groups. You think that's worth mentioning?
I mean, yes, I think that is worth
Why is that worth mentioning? Can you explain? Why do the American people need to know? Look, we're giving this vaccine because we think essential workers are important. Yes, it will lead to more people dying, but understand this. Part of our reasoning, we just want to say, in fact, we just want to say, the next statement is just this. Take it for what you will. The lives we're saving will be disproportionately white, and the lives that are dying will be disproportionately people of color. Just throwing that out there. The white people are more beneficial to society. You don't think people would say, wait, what? Why the hell is the CDC like kind of nodding and winking like, hey, we're saving more white people? That's a good thing. And the people that'll die are more black people. And that's okay. You know damn well that people would be like, wait, what? What? You know it. And I know you would be too. Because I would be. I would be like, wait a minute, what? I would be outraged. I would say, and it has nothing to do with what my skin color is. If the CDC is factoring in that it's any sort of plus to save one skin color over another, that's incredibly racist. Period. It is irrelevant. It's no, like the idea that we just had, like, why would you do things like this? I don't understand what your worldview would look like. Like every single conversation we're having then would go something like this. Actually, the government was actually thinking of giving grants to more universities that are studying the effects of mercury on fish. Oh, by the way, more white people go to those universities. What? What the hell does their skin color have to do with who we're doling out money to? I think, why would you would think that would be acceptable? So if our government starts passing bills saying this particular area of study should get more money from the government. Oh, by the way, more white people are in that area of study. You're perfect. You're like, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense that we have to know the race of the people involved in that study, right?
But okay, the first question I'd ask is being aware of sort of like, well, because they mentioned like low income communities. I mean, I would say that like being increasingly low income, and I mean this in the context that is, okay, let me rephrase this. In the context that is, as a result of the lack of generational wealth in the area, as a result of things like redlining, we can sort of make a correlation with things like racial groups that have been in the U.S.
I think you muted accidentally.
I muted?
Yeah, you accidentally. Go ahead. You're back.
These things, especially with the loss of generational wealth in these areas, are very much they're very much associated with race in many aspects, especially redlined areas. But I will make the claim in regards to how they mentioned low-income areas and racial groups, is that in these low-income areas, there is a disproportionate representation in minority groups in these areas, and we can go on the discussion on what the cause is. But as a result of these sort of correlations, we can sort of make a association with extreme poverty and low generational wealth, and having whatever, like ancestors that have come here through like living through like Jim Crow laws and redlining laws to remain poor. When sort of making that association, we can sort of give a sort of like a generalized group and demographic in these low-income areas, which they do stay in these low-income areas. Not saying that like you can't be white in a low-income area, but typically speaking, these sort of things are really unlikely. I would make the claim that when describing demographics and who you're going to give the vaccine to in low-income areas with disproportionate amounts of essential workers, I would argue that the ethics of this, which is not really related to race, which is related to race, but not in the sense that they hate one race, but in the sense that one race has had health inequalities for this amount. And when being equitable, you would look towards benefiting one sort of group that's been disproportionately represents a field that benefits society as essential workers, but has still been subject to loss of generational wealth in these areas. I feel like the ethics of this is just simply being equitable in distribution of the vaccine.
Okay, two things. First, that's not what the CDC said at all. Second, you literally just proved my point. Yes, I agree. That's exactly what the CDC was thinking. The CDC was listening to critical race theory, which says, due to things like redlining, blah, 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 generational inequities, blah, 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 therefore it would be beneficial to benefit a certain race because of these generational inequities, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I agree with you. That's exactly what the CDC was thinking. That's racist. They're literally saying more people should die because the people that die are disproportionately white and they have benefited historically from the United States. But the people we're saving are people of color, which have experienced inequities in the past. Therefore, due to sins of the past, more white people need to die now. I agree. That is exactly what the CDC is saying. Yes. So you argued against it for 40 minutes. And then literally, when I give you a chance to explain, you're saying, well, actually, the CDC was probably thinking because of historical oppression of these communities that it is more beneficial to factor in, that it's more worth giving this to people of color. That's all my argument was. Did the CDC say it's more important to give it to one race over another? Yes. You just gave their rationale. The difference is you think that rationale is a good rationale, and I think it's racist. That's the only difference. You literally just gave the rationale for, well, actually, it would be more ethical for the CDC to prioritize people of color because of historical oppression. That's what you just said after arguing against it for 40 minutes. So, yes. So you're agreeing that it would be more ethical to give the vaccine to people of color because of redlining and historical inequities in access to medications. That's your statement.
Well, no, because even still, I clarify the ethics of the argument.
No!
Because it's not much of that. Okay, so
go ahead, clarify.
It's not really much of me saying that they're white and they don't deserve it. It's much of the CDC's ethics, not saying that they despise white people or they need to pay for their sins or even race-based. Even it is race-based in that regard, but even race-based in the context that you use it. It's literally saying that when giving it to essential workers first and when giving it to high-risk adults first, you are indirectly targeting these racial and minority groups who have faced health inequalities.
Right, so that's a good thing, right? So it's a good thing to give it to, right? So it's a good thing to give it.
Because you're still trying to make the claim, but they are not trying to give vaccines to only black people. They're not doing it because they are black.
Let me cut you off. Let me ask you a question. Is it a positive that they're giving vaccines to people that have experienced inequities in the past? Is that a positive thing?
No, that should not be a basis of why you get
What the hell are you talking about then? So you're literally admitting, I just let you talk unimpeded for 5 minutes. You went on this big speech about redlining and about low income and about if none of that has anything to do with whether or not this is a preferred reason. So what, this is just random trivia? So the CDC is recommending that you wear a mask and wash your hands. Also, we'd like to talk to you a little about Louis Armstrong and his first album. We think you'll find it's a very good album, and we really appreciate the way he hits those high notes on the trumpet. Also, if you'd like to hear about our favorite blades of grass on golf courses, we really prefer our 3-iron lately here at the CDC. Yeah, so your point is you just had a chance to explain it. You go off for 5 minutes and say, oh, but it's not a positive thing to give people that were victims of redlining and medical inequality. Nope, I won't say that's a positive thing. The reason you're saying that is because you're not concerned with having an honest discussion. You're concerned about potentially winning some sort of argument. Anyone who just said what you said would say, yeah, I think that we should, I think that it is a good thing. It maybe wasn't the central factor, but sure, it's worth mentioning that it's a good thing that we're giving people that have experienced medical inequities a leg up by giving them the vaccine first. Yeah, I think that's a good thing. That's a positive worth mentioning. But you can't even say that, because you know if you say that, that literally makes everything you've said irrelevant prior to this discussion. Because my argument was that the CDC factored in race and said it was a good thing that people of one race were getting it as opposed to another race. So you know if you say, yes, I think that blacks were redlined, I think that they experienced medical inequities, and therefore I think it's a good thing if this helps to make up for it. It wasn't the central reason, but I do think it's a good thing. That's what you would say, but you can't say it. You can't say it.
Oh, wait, actually, here's sort of the funny thing. And when I discuss the ethics of this, like this, we sort of like go in circles, and you like to like sort of peddle on me saying that this is like a racist act and this and this and whatnot. But like when discussing the ethics of the CDC, we're not trying, you're trying to say that they're racist, and I'm trying to say that they aren't racist. Because when it comes to distribution,
that's different. Real quick, let me cut you off. That's not. That's a different question than what we've been asking. The question that we've spent nearly an hour going over was, did the CDC, this was the fundamental question, and now you're goalpost ship. This fundamental question was this: did the CDC prioritize one race by saying it was beneficial for this particular race to get the vaccine? That's it. Now, once you admit, yes, they did, you could say they did, but I don't think that's racist. That's a different question. We couldn't even get to that level because you couldn't be honest about whether the CDC, which in black and white, and in fact in red because they highlighted that disproportionately white people were the elderly, they said it in black and white. This is the frustration with debating so many people on the left. You won't just admit a fundamental truth. You could literally have said, sure, the CDC thinks it's a good thing because of historical inequities that people of color will get the vaccine in this group. They think that's a good thing. But I don't think that's racist because of XYZ. That's what you could have said. But instead, you argued against the blatant reality that we could all see. The CDC blatantly said it was a good thing people of color were getting this, and blatantly said the group they were recommending against, it was okay because they were of a certain color. It's in black and white. But it's so frustrating to me. It leads me to believe that you're not arguing in good faith. You would have just said, no one's disagreeing with this. No one, even the people on the left that are saying this is a good thing, they're saying, yes, of course the CDC admitted. Of course they admitted that it would be primarily beneficial. It would be a good thing if more people of color, more diverse people were getting the vaccine. Everyone on the left of it, that you're the only person I know that's literally looking at the document and saying, no, it's not saying that. This is, by the way, this is the document so everyone could see. Okay, he's saying when it says racial and ethnic minority groups are disproportionately represented, and they give that 3 stars as a big plus, and then over here when they literally highlight racial and ethnic groups are underrepresented among aged adults 65 and over, and they give that the lowest possible ranking, the claim that we've spent 45 minutes arguing here was his claim that, oh no, they didn't say it was preferable to give it to one race over another. It's clearly bullshit. That's clearly bullshit. And instead of having a productive conversation of whether or not that leads to racism, which you're going to want to do now, I'm not interested in that conversation. I'm going to let you go. Because what you did was you wasted my time for 45 minutes, forcing me to argue something that's blatant reality.
Pretty bad faith, because...
Yes, you are pretty bad faith.
Half the time. And I haven't really been able to say anything. And in this regard, I want to conclude because, it's one for me. I don't know where you live or whatever. But if I were to sort of conclude on a good note, the argument before was that was it based off of race, and is it racist in that sort of manner? And I made the claim that, well, they're not targeting these groups simply because it was because of anything, like it was simply because they were black. No, and they weren't targeting it because they wanted to kill white people and because there's a vendetta against white people. No, they just mentioned that as a result of targeting these sort of healthcare workers, the ethics of these distribution plans, it would mitigate these health inequalities between races. This is not saying that we want to like this is ethnic cleansing or low level ethnic cleansing of white people.
No shit. You think the CDC is going to say that? You think the CDC would say that?
They don't even imply it, but they don't even imply it in their data. Yet you're coming to these conclusions.
All right. Thanks so much for being right.
The data to make a claim.
Okay. Thanks so much for being on. Really appreciate it.
God bless you.
Yep. Yeah. There was one of the most worthless hours I've spent in my life. We could have had a discussion on whether or not the think of what he just said there. What I'm saying is your claim, he literally rebutted everything he said for 45 minutes there. Literally, at the end of it. Literally, that's what he did. The entire conversation that we had could have started like this. So he's like, you're saying this is racist, I disagree. First, he admits, he called in and said he heavily disagreed with me. He didn't know if I was intentionally misleading, but I directly misquoted the CDC for saying that more people would die under their vaccine. Then he admits right out of the gate, oh, wait, I'm wrong. So yes, he was wrong. Then I say, if we're going to have this discussion about racism, let's start with the base facts. You have to have some sort of ground on which to start your debate. I said, the CDC clearly says that it was a benefit that people of color got this, right? No, they don't say that. Then why did they mention race? You remember that 40-minute conversation of why did they mention race? Why were we having that conversation? Because this person said, they're not saying that it was preferable to give one race. So 40 minutes in, and he says, of course they're saying it was preferable to give people of color it. Of course. Because of historical inequities. So I had much to say. I didn't think the debate would be that. I thought the debate would be this. He'd say, yeah, but traditionally people of color have been screwed with in this country. And so we should prioritize. No, and I would expect a good faith person to say something. I could make his argument better than him, right? This is what I would say if I was arguing the other side. I would say, well, yes, it is a factor to factor in people that have historically been screwed over by this country, including medically by this country. And so that is a positive factor to make sure that those communities are getting prioritized access to the vaccine. However, I would agree with you if that was the only factor, but I don't think that's the only factor. That's that's the argument I expected to have, to which I would have rebutted, look, the fact that they literally highlight that disproportionately white people are the ones that will die more seems to speak otherwise to that. And I don't think that there's any role of the CDC trying to right historical wrongs. Their job should be prioritizing saving lives. So if the people that are making the laws to fight COVID and are making the medications to fight COVID aren't thinking, how can we save people's lives, but instead thinking, well, wait a minute, how can we right historic wrongs? That's a huge fucking problem. That was the debate I expected to have. But we couldn't have that debate because he had to and this happens so, God, I would love Tom to come on and debate me because I know Tom will disagree with me and he'll actually have salient points. We won't have to deny reality. This happens all the time. You debate something. What about all this violence we see from Black Lives Matter? What violence? The first time I debated Destiny, it was on the impeachment, right? That was the debate. Here was my take on impeachment. Donald Trump was being impeached because allegedly he offered a quid pro quo to ask a foreign government to investigate his rival, potential political opponent. That was the argument. That's what the Democrats were saying, right? My contention was, if there was a legitimate reason for that investigation, then there's no room for impeachment. In other words, we learned the Obama administration investigated Trump. Not only that, it asked foreign countries for evidence in their investigation. We know this. This is unproven. But the left says, well, of course, that's because there were serious allegations that Trump was doing something criminal. So of course the president's allowed. Just because the guy's running for office doesn't mean that the president's not allowed to investigate him as a national security risk if the evidence is there. I think in the case of the FBI investigating Trump, it was garbage. The evidence wasn't there. They used unverified opposition research and it all turned out to be garbage. that was sourced by a Russian spy. But no one argued that Obama couldn't look into Trump or people around Trump. Just like with Trump. So the claim would be, if, like, let's say, for example, let's say that there was credible evidence that Joe Biden murdered someone in the Ukraine. If Donald Trump asked the president of the Ukraine, like, can you guys look into the, like, Joe Biden murdered someone? They're like, yeah, of course he did. Can you look into that? Like, get us some evidence on that? That wouldn't be a problem. The problem would be if Donald Trump was asking to investigate his political opponent when there was nothing there and was just doing it to harm his political opponent. That's the problem. So the debate I expected to have with Destiny was, is there reason to investigate Joe Biden? Now, you could agree with me or disagree with me. It doesn't matter. You know what the debate I got with Destiny was for 40 minutes? Maybe not that long. For a long time, though. You know what the debate was? I said, okay, so let's start. So the reason they're impeaching Trump is because allegedly he used a quid pro quo to investigate his political opponent. No, it's not. Wait, what? Nope, that's not why. Why do you think he's being impeached? He's being impeached because he withheld aid. Any president that withheld the aid should be impeached. But Obama did that, and Bush did that, and Clinton did that. Yeah, it's whataboutism. But, so then I had to do this. I had to go, can we agree that impeachment is a political process and not a legal process? Yes. And so then the people that are impeaching, we should accept their rationale for why that impeachment exists? Yes. Okay, let me look up articles of why Adam Schiff and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are recommending impeachment. So then I had to go through that whole rigmarole just to get to the very beginning. So he's like, oh, okay, I guess they're impeaching him because investigating a foreign opponent. But that's someone who's not interested in getting it. Now, every one of us knew the reason Donald Trump was impeached, or they were doing an impeachment investigation, was because allegedly he was asking a foreign country to investigate his opponent. Everybody knew it, but he couldn't just be honest. They can't. And so you have to jump through all these hoops. I debated this person named Pisco a couple times. One of them was on the Russia investigation. Now, this is someone who's a lawyer or going to law school. I'll ask simple questions like this. I'll say, do you think when the FBI is presenting evidence to a FISA court that they're obligated to try to verify it before they present it? And I sat there for 6 minutes. Well, he said, well, blah 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 blah. And after 6 minutes, I'm like, that has nothing to do with the question. I will repeat. Do you think the FBI is obligated to verify evidence before presenting it to a FISA court? Well, it depends on... It's a simple effing question. It's simple. Yes or no. Or maybe you add a couple words, but you don't ramble on for 6 minutes. It's real simple. Yes, legally they have to try to verify. Sometimes I could even argue his position. Well, yes, they're supposed to try to verify legally, and morally, that's what they should do. But maybe they did try to verify, and verify doesn't mean that you get 100% proof. As long as they had a good faith effort to try to verify. That's what I expected him to say. But instead, nothing. I'm debating someone on Antifa, whether or not they're a terrorist organization. I make the point. An Antifa member named something Reinhold executed a Trump supporter named Aaron J. Danielson in Portland. The debate changes into a 20-minute debate on, well, that's not an execution. That's not an execution. I don't like the fact you used the word execution. I'm like, yeah, it was an execution. He shot someone who wasn't able to defend himself in cold blood to murder him. That's an execution. Shooting someone not defending themselves is an execution. Well, I don't like that word, and that's a loaded word, and blah, 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 blah. Okay. I'm like, well, then how would you define execution? Let me ask you this. Like, and refuses to answer. Like, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, just define execution. Blah, 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 blah. Just define it. Blah, 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 blah. And then she asked me, okay, well, what about like someone like John Wayne Gacy? When they lethally injected him, was that an execution? Go back and watch that video. You want to see what my answer was? Yes. Oh. What? I didn't beat her. I could have been like, well, blah, 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 blah. I just said yes. These people aren't interested in having a good faith argument. It was clear. When someone comes in and they're like, my problem with you, the area I disagree is you're misrepresenting the CDC data, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, you're totally wrong, and let me show you. Oh, well, anyways, here's my other problem with you. I got to use the word like way more. And look, I'm not trying to be rude, but there are little like I mentioned it there. There are little ticks. But Judge Judy always says it in our show. If you tell the truth, you don't have to think so much. If you're throwing in these fillers, like someone asked me a question here. Like any question. Ipsy Boy says, want to become famous? Buy followers, Prime, and viewers on blah, blah, blah. Want to become famous? When asked if I want to become famous, the question is really what level of fame that I might want to achieve. And so when one asks if I want to become famous, you have to think about that before you kind of understand what could be happening. So a lot of people have wanted to become famous, so you have to factor that in. When I start talking like that, it is clear that I don't have an answer. I'm stalling for time. I'm putting in verbal fillers because I don't have an answer. Now, if you call into someone's show and you have a strong conviction, you wouldn't need to start repeating yourself like that in order to come up with the thought of, well, wait a minute, why am I disagreeing with what this guy's saying? And Judge Judy says this all the time. The problem is, he's thinking 3 steps ahead. He's thinking, where's Rob going with this? No, that's why you're stalling. Where's he going? What's he want me to say? What's he think I'm going to say? How does that prove his point? What can I say to counteract that? You know who thinks like that? Someone trying to win a debate. Not someone who's having a good faith discussion about, here's my opinion. Here's what I see. That's not what someone's thinking. And I'll even, sometimes when I'm in debates, I'll sound stupid because someone will say, well, what do you think about blah, 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 blah? And I just give my honest answer without thinking, how does this fit in the context of the discussion we're having? You asked me a question, I answered. Okay. And they might say, well, doesn't that kind of contradict this? And I'll go, oh, well, maybe not really, but okay, I see what you're saying. But I'm not sitting there going, what do I think about Medicare for all? Well, when thinking about Medicare for all, you have to consider what Medicare is and who all are. So I think about Medicare for all like you would just say, yeah, I think it's a plan. I don't think I'm really for it. I think there's a lot of potential problems, and oftentimes when the government has big healthcare things like that, it backfire. But I'm open to a discussion. That'd be it. That's how I would say that. Took all of 10 seconds. I can't do another call. I can't. I'm sorry. I was supposed to be done. My wife's going to kill me. It's 1:30 in the damn morning. But I'm glad that I did that, though, because I hope you see my frustrations with... Yeah, it is her birthday. That's right. Thanks, Tom. Democrats are people with dogs that don't pick up the poop. I just want someone to have a good faith conversation. That's it. You know, when I debated Vaush last time, it happened over and over again. Where he would make, and again, it's no one's fault, but because those 8-person panels, someone will say something, and if 4 people talk in between you and them, you're not going to get to respond for 25 minutes. Right, let's find the truth, not a gotcha. Right? So I make the point, on climate change, for example, I make the following point. They're like, oh, I'm like, what's the consensus? You say there's a consensus. We need to lower. What's the consensus of how much we need to lower emissions? And they give a number, and I'm like, well, actually, the United States is doing better than every European country when it comes to lowering emissions over the time period of the Paris Climate Accord. So even though Trump pulled out, he's actually lowered emissions. And then it's treated indignantly. And Vaush says, oh, yeah, the reasons emissions lowered because so many people died of COVID. That's the answer to that, right? Then it takes about 15 minutes for it to get back to me, and I'm like, Yeah, the lower emissions were from 2019. Before we were even tracking COVID. Anyways, right? Yeah, I just blatantly lied, but whatever. No, he could have said, oh, well, okay, I guess I was wrong about that, but still. But he didn't. He's just, and his supporters are like, crushing you in the debate. How? Like, yeah, I could crush someone too. Like, if someone says something, I'm just like, actually, statistics show that Tom's wrong 97% of the time. There, I crushed Tom. Tom's like, what? Where are those statistics? Can I see that? Well, we've moved on. You're still on the statistic? 97% of the time you're wrong. Of course you're still on the statistic. Like, and that stuff happened over and over in that debate. They would say something, and I'd be like, actually, no. Rounding up. Yeah. Okay, 93% charitably. But, like, it's just like, oh my God. I'm sure I do things that are incredibly, like, I was interrupting him a lot, but I'm trying not to be rude. It just felt like a lot of filler words. Like, especially at the end there, because I knew he was getting around to, okay, he started saying redlining. Here we go. And it's just like, what am I supposed to do? Just sit here and listen to someone just... Like, I'm trying to be polite, but it's like, I ask a simple question and we're 3.5 minutes into your answer, and it has literally nothing to do with what the question I asked was, and almost nothing to do with the topic. And you're just going on, and you just keep repeating the question and then not answering it. So I guess I come off as kind of rude, being like, look, dude, what are we talking about here? And I'm sure there's other things I do that's annoying, but I don't know how. I'll tell you, like, oh God, I gotta get going. But the last thing I'll say, I'll tell you the moment that most illustrated this to me. Let me see if I can find this. This is too much. One second. I'm looking up something. I'm looking up the Flynn Kislyak phone call transcript. One second. God, I should be in bed. Okay, I think I got the date now. So let me show you this. Flynn, according to the problem, was his December 29th, 2016 call, right? So they released the transcript. So the idea was with Flynn that this phone call he made to his counterpart in Russia was shady, that he was, doing all this terrible stuff. So finally the transcript came out. I knew the Flynn story. Most of us knew that it was garbage from the get-go, right? Let's see here. Just check. Okay. So everyone knew that the Flynn thing was garbage, but finally the actual transcript, because we kept hearing Flynn said some terrible things to his Russian counterpart in this December 29th, 2016 call. So I'm going to read the transcript to you, okay? It's a couple pages. This got released. And when it was released, I was like, oh my God. They investigated this guy over this. So here we go. Participants, Michael Flynn, Russian ambassador. Unknown male, Russian embassy ambassador office. Yeah, this is General Flynn. He might be using a speakerphone, it says. They put him into Flynn. Kislyak says, hello. Flynn. Ambassador, this is General Flynn. Kislyak. Oh, General, thank you very much for calling me back. I was trying to reach out for you for quite a while because I had several issues to raise with you. Flynn says, Rather to inform you, if you allow me one by one. Flynn says, please. Kislyak. Since you were interested in the issue of the Middle East and you called me on the issue, Kislyak says, we wanted to convey through you to the president-elect. We had significant reservations of the idea of adopting new principles for the Middle East. We'll skip this. You got it. Flynn, okay. Kislyak says, so it's not something that we, Russia, are going to support. Flynn says, okay, that's good. Second, we think that it requires additional work and everybody has to be on board. Flynn, of course, Ambassador, of course. You know it does. Kislyak, and especially I think taking into account the U.S. policy might be changing or not, we want to understand what is going to be your policy when and if we are to implement things we're working on. Flynn says, right. Kislyak says, so the second point, it's also in the Middle East. Our specialists in the Middle East say that you have very much interested in working with our specialists on these issues. Not you personally, but your specialists. Flynn says, Kislyak says, President-elect, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Is this even the call? Here we get to it. Flynn says, so they're just talking about the Middle East. Flynn says, yeah, I understand. Okay, listen to a couple of things. Number one, I would like to ask you guys and make sure you convey this, okay? Do not allow this administration to box us in right now, okay? Kislyak says, we have conveyed it, and Flynn says, yeah. Kislyak says, it's very specifically and transparently open. Flynn then says, so, depending on what actions they take over this current issue of cyber stuff, where they're looking and where they're gonna dismiss the number of Russians out of the country. I understand all that, and I understand that, the information that they have, all that. But what I would ask Russia to do is not, if anything, because I know you have to do some sort of action to only make it reciprocal. Make it reciprocal. Don't make it go any further than you have to, because I don't want to get into something that has to escalate, on a tit for tat. You follow me, Ambassador? Kislyak says, I understand what you're saying, but you might appreciate sentiments that are raging in Moscow. Flynn says, I know, believe me, I do appreciate it. Remember, the context of this is Flynn saying, we kicked a bunch of diplomats out because we said Russia interfered in the election. So here Flynn's saying, look, I understand you have to retaliate, but just do it reciprocally. Don't escalate it, then we'll escalate. Just do a reciprocal. And the Kislyak says, well, I get it, but you have to understand, people are pissed off here in Russia. And Flynn says, I know, believe me, I do appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. But I really don't want us to get into a situation where we're going, where you do this and then you do something bigger and then, everybody's got to go back and forth and everybody's got to be tough here. We don't need that right now. We need cool heads to prevail. And we need to be very steady about what we're going to do because we have a common threat in the Middle East. We agree, says Kislyak. Flynn says, we have to eliminate that threat. Kislyak says, we agree. One of the problems that have been announced today is the FBN GRU sanctions, our sanction. If I may ask myself, does that mean the United States isn't willing to work on terrorist threats? Flynn says, yeah. Because that's exactly what people are fighting, terrorists. Yeah, says Flynn. So that's something we have to deal with. But I heard you say I heard what you say, and I'll certainly try to get it to the people in Moscow. And then Flynn says, and please, make sure that this idea, if you do something on a reciprocal basis, meaning, a sort of even basis. Then that is a good message, and we'll understand that message. Again, we kick diplomats out. Maybe you're going to kick some diplomats out, but please don't escalate. That's all Flynn's saying. He continues. And then we know that we're not going to escalate this thing. Because if we send out 30 guys and you send out 60, or you shut down every embassy. I mean, we're going to have to get to this let's just keep it at a level that's even keeled, okay? Is it even keeled? And then what we could do is we can come in and have a better conversation about where we're going to go and regarding our relationship. And basically, we have to take these enemies that we have, and we definitely have a common enemy. You have a problem with it, we have a problem with the country, and there's definitely a problem with the Middle East. And we have to do something. General, I completely agree, says Kislyak. Yeah, so anyway, okay. Kislyak says, thank you. And I'll so relay the 21st to see if we can do something about those terms. And I'll let you know. I can't commit, but I'll certainly relay it. Thank you. Flynn says, certainly relay. And then I appreciate very much the reservations about the current administration position on the Middle East. That does not do anybody any good right now. I mean, Ambassador, the situation with Hamas and Palestine, I mean, it's only a solution that's good for everyone. We will. That is something to work towards, he says. Flynn says, yeah, we'll come up with this one. Kislyak says, and our reservations are more this way it's been developing. Flynn says, yeah. Kislyak just is saying we should bring everyone on board. Flynn says, yeah. And remember, Ambassador, you're not talking to a diplomat. You're talking to a soldier. So I'm a very practical guy about solutions. It's about a very practical solution that we need to come up with here, and we need to start talking past each other. So that means we understand exactly. Yep. And then they're saying, Happy New Year. Thanks so much for calling. Bye. Now, why did I read all that to you? When that came out, my jaw hit the floor. I was like, they literally investigated this guy because he said to his counterpart in Russia, look, I understand this administration is kicking diplomats out. I know you got to do something. Just do it evenly. That's it. We don't want to escalate the situation. Then when my team gets into office, we'll discuss where our relations go in the future. That is the most milquetoast, bland conversation you could ever imagine. There is nothing, I don't care what political party, anyone, like I know there are people that aren't Trump supporters that are watching. Can anyone show me anything that Flynn said there that was remotely objectable, regardless of what political party you are? We kick diplomats out from a foreign country that's an adversary of us. Our incoming national security advisor reaches out to his counterpart and says, don't do anything to escalate this to harm either of our countries. Is there one word? Did I read one word there? That's the official transcript of the official call. Did I read one word there that you're looking at going, boy, that's bad? Anything? Was there one word? Like, is anyone still watching? I don't know. It is New Year's Eve, yeah. I don't know if people just aren't typing. I don't know if anyone's still watching. I think so, but... So you have a problem with that? That really wasn't a threat. He just said it'll become a tit for tat. You'll kick out 60, then we kick out 90. But okay, let's say that's true, Tom. Do you have a problem? Is that a crime? Do you have a problem with that? If the incoming national security advisor says, if you escalate, we'll escalate, you have a problem with that? It is clear, it is absolutely clear by the tone of that call that was exactly what you would want any ambassador or any national security advisor to be doing. That's absolutely outrageous, though. Okay, Tom, what is the illegal portion of it? Is the illegal portion that he threatened to escalate? Or is the illegal portion... Not only would do the same thing, they did do the same thing. Sorry, I'm just reading here. Here's the point. Remember, what they were saying was Flynn did something that was damaging to the United States. It was jeopardizing U.S. national security, that it was a Logan Act violation. Remember, we currently, Joe Biden, who was the one who brought up the fact that this was a Logan Act violation, right? He's the one in the Oval Office in the meeting that said Flynn potentially violated the law. Literally, you can go on CNN right now and find articles. Biden's team's meeting with Iran. Biden's team's meeting with foreign powers. Oh, so it's okay for his team to be meeting with foreign powers. The guy who brought up the Logan Act, who no one's ever been charged of, literally has his team doing the exact same thing that he demanded an investigation. Right? The exact same thing. Anyways, here's the point. I read that. Now, I had people saying, what about that statement? Remember, the original claims was that Flynn was jeopardizing national security, and he was, the way they were spinning it was Flynn was saying, we'll remove sanctions if you benefit us in some way. That's not at all what he said. Even if he said that, I don't have a problem with that. That's clearly not what he said. He just said, hey, we don't want you to escalate. That's it. So I read that document, and I was like, this is what they investigated Flynn over? And I can't tell you, this is why I bring this all up, I can't tell you how many people on the left contacted me and said, did you read the transcript? And I was like, yeah, holy cow. Can you believe it? And they're like, I know. So you'll admit you're wrong. Flynn's a traitor to the country. I was like, what? Yeah, he lied. He's a traitor to the country. What? At least 6 people that I interact with on the left had that conversation with me. And I remember talking to my wife that night, and I said, I don't know if there's any hope for this country. Now, this seems like a dumb thing. When words are in black and white, there's no changing them. They're there for everyone to see. And 2 people could come to the exact opposite conclusion. The exact opposite. How can we have a discussion on anything? If written words that obviously exonerate someone, in my opinion, that's like, this guy did nothing wrong at all. If that could be looked at someone on the other side and say, look at this traitor. Look at how horrible he is. What could we agree on? And I know you're saying it's a bit extreme, Dean Jacobs, but look at it this way. Now you could understand when someone throws a Molotov cocktail at a police car, how someone could say, that's an act of domestic terrorism, that's horrible. And another person could say, that's a revolutionary, that's a freedom fighter, that's a great thing. Night, Trey. I will be heading to bed here in a minute. What can we agree on? Oh, I understand perspective, but even with perspective, one of the things with doing debate in college is you need to have an agreement before the debate in order for a debate to exist, right? So if we don't agree on certain things like what are the rules for the debate, what is the topic for the debate, there is no debate. And I'll give you an example. In the debate community, you get one resolution that you discuss each year, and it's usually big, and you could do multiple things to get here, right? But you're agreeing that you're discussing that resolution. That's the debate. This literally, and Tom, you can ask Tom, he was in the debate community. This literally happened all the time. Teams would say, no, I don't have to follow the rules. The rules were set up, they're biased, they're terrible, they're trying to silence us. So I don't have to debate the topic. So this would happen. A team would stand up and say, I'm not going to talk about this topic. I want to talk about the U.S. government being racist. And it's out to get black people, and we need to have, an academic revolution for the black community because the root of all evil is racism, and this country's racist, blah, blah, blah. Opponent stands up and says, we want to talk about how the United States government is sexist, and it's against women, and it's the root of all evil. What is the debate? Then the next person gives a speech and says, country's racist. And the next person stands up and says, country's sexist. And the topic's supposed to be on corn subsidies. What's up, Becca? That's not a debate. That literally happens all the time in the debate community. If me and Aftershock are going to have a debate, right? And the debate's going to be, was this stimulus package that was voted on a good deal? And I'll say yes, and Aftershock says no. And Aftershock says, okay, here on page 4, it says that we're going to give money for a Pakistani's gender program. Millions of dollars to Pakistan for gender studies programs. And Aftershock says that is a ridiculous waste of money. There are people in this country suffering. We should not be signing legislation that gives money to other countries like that. And I look and I'm like, what sentence? And he's like, right here, it says 14 million for Pakistani gender studies. And I say, yeah, it doesn't say that. It says don't give 14 million. So yeah, I think the bill's good. The bill doesn't give 14 million to Pakistani gender studies. And he's like, but it literally says it, right? It literally says it. No, it doesn't say that. But it literally, let me go through every word and show it to you. Nope, doesn't say that. Nope. What's the debate? Where can we discuss anything? There is literally nothing either of us could say at that point that makes our conversation relevant in any way whatsoever. It's worthless. It's literally a worthless conversation. Just like with the person I just debated. If you can't start off with the basic premise, that's what I'm trying to do. Lay the groundwork. Okay, you agreed that they're saying it's a positive that people of color got the vaccine, and that it was detrimental if they gave the vaccine to older people, that it would be disproportional white. We could agree with that, right? Nope, I don't agree with that. Okay, this document with Flynn came out. That this is devastating. It shows that the entire idea for why we needed to investigate him and all of the crowing that Adam Schiff and others were doing about how Flynn sold out the country and how terrible this call was. The call wasn't terrible at all. Now we can see it. Nope, the call was terrible. What about the call is terrible? It's just terrible. And I'm not saying that's the worst example. That was just the time I remember just thinking to myself later that night after I've had my 6th conversation with this, like, or let me give you another example. God, I should have been in bed forever ago. Here's another example. I was on this website, Above Top Secret. It's like a blog where you talk about politics and stuff like that. I still like the site. Anyways, there are some intelligent left-wingers on there. And I wrote a thread. Let me see if I can find it. So my name on here is Grambler. That was originally my alias. I have a picture of Bill Hicks. Oops, sorry, 1 second. That's me, Grambler. Why the dossier may be the most serious political scandal the U.S. has ever seen. This was October 26, 2017. Trump's first year in office. So I write this thread. Let's see how many pages. Each page has 20 posts. 42. Now, I don't know the exact... I'd have to go through it. But there are lefty after lefty on there arguing like, that's not true. You have no evidence, Rob. You have no evidence that this dossier was used in an attempt to spy on people associated with the Trump campaign. You have no evidence of that. I said, there's evidence, but okay, let me ask you this. If it does turn out to be the case, will you admit that's a big deal? Yeah, if they did that, but of course they didn't do it. The FBI would never not verify this evidence that was opposition research and use it to spy on someone. They would never do that. It's so clearly stupid, it would never happen. And then it happened. And it was proven. And the very people that said there's no way that could be true, didn't happen, you're wrong, Rob, you don't have proof. Once we found out that it was true, those people said, well, it's no big deal. Now, how can I have a serious conversation with those people? Your entire argument, their entire premise of, I know this didn't happen because the FBI would never do that. Implicit in that message is, it would be so corrupt for the FBI to do that they would never do that sort of thing. So I know you're wrong, Rob. You're just being a conspiracy theorist. And then when it's proven they did it, they're like, well, of course they did it. It's perfectly reasonable. I don't have time to discuss what the plan would be if Trump leaves office. Trump will be leaving office. The plan is that we will probably fight for 20, 30 years to find another president that seems to care about the people. That's the plan. The plan is we have to start getting back into the culture war. No one wants to hear it, but if you're expecting a politician to come along and save you, you're in for a rough ride. Ain't going to happen. It's going to be up to we, the people. We're going to have to fight back against the kind of cultural indoctrination that we see every day. You can't be afraid to be called a racist. You can't be afraid to stand up for what you believe in. But neither, it's a long conversation. But that's what I'm talking about. It's hard to have conversations with people when it's just like they're refusing to see reality. Like imagine if I played this game. Of course you can't. Azam, have you listened to me? Do I sound like someone who was afraid to call out Trump? I started off this show talking about the need to work with allies on the left and independents when there are issues that we could come together on. I specifically said this stimulus piece of crap. I said that Trump caved, he signed it, and that he needs to be called out. So yeah, I agree. Azam, aren't you the person that just yesterday, when I said, will you call out kids and cages under Biden? You said, well, if you come around. So how dare you tell other people to call people out when you're literally admitting that you're not going to call your side out unless you get a concession from the other side? Pathetic. So, all right. I'm going to be heading to bed. It's getting late. Thank you so much for everyone who stuck it out with me. Yeah, you guys, you go ahead. You keep fighting with the Zam. But yeah, thank you so much, Aftershock. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, everyone, so much that I'm really am. I'm humbled. I guess thanks to my guest, Trent Green's on Periscope. I really apologize, man. I've been going for 4 hours and 45 minutes. I've been going. My wife's going to kill me. But yeah, it's been a long show, so I can't take any more calls. I got to go to bed. So thank you all so much. I said this was going to be a 45-minute show. So thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. You guys are the best. And I will talk to you soon. Hopefully you won't hear me for a couple days, and then I'll have a baby. So my wife's 9 months pregnant. So, all right. Thanks so much, everyone. We'll talk to you.